Hey, listen, brothers and sisters, man. If you like what you hear, hit the subscribe button, man. Subscribe to this channel. And also, please, go to isubk.com and pay your tithe. Drop me some cash so we can move around this planet like we need to, man, and do the things we need to do.
They're one West. They're one West. They're one West. They're
JT on the track.
Fuck wrong with you, boy? You know what time it is, nigga. Better watch how you step in. Yeah. But that was my niggas. A minute, yo. Got my nigga Rewan with me. But that was my niggas, it'll be an honor. You know what I'm saying? Under commanding General Yahanna. Straight off the top, I love all of my niggas. That shit ain't gon' stop till we on top and we ballin', my nigga. We be fly as fuck, you know them bitches be stalking my niggas. That shit'll never change and it's the same with all my niggas. City to city, I should be at home, that's what my ribs say. But bitch, I'm grown, I'm in these streets and closed caption. Niggas know we bout that action. If a nigga play with me, then my Hakim gon' let him have it. Hey, think you the shit, this truth the shit. Nigga play, I let that Ruger hit. Get on them tracks, they be like, who is this? I'm rude with it, ain't got no manners. All them pussy niggas talkin' shit, yeah, I know they can't stand us, but we UPK, Louisiana, bitch, that's what I'm rippin'. And my niggas solid number, real ones in my section. If you wanna get down, put your boots on, start steppin'. Brotherhood is a weapon. Brotherhood is a weapon. Better watch how you steppin', cause brotherhood is a weapon. If I die for my niggas, it'll be an honor and a blessing. Better watch how you steppin', cause brotherhood is a weapon. Brotherhood is a weapon. Better watch how you steppin', cause brotherhood is a weapon. If I die for my niggas, it'll be an honor and a blessing. Better watch how you steppin', cause brotherhood I lay my life down right now for all my sisters and brothers, because I love them. I see them dapping and hug them. It's amazing to see how well we adapt from the struggle. Born again from a life of sin, trapped in the gutter. My mind frame was to kill my own kind. Feeling inferior, waking up ready to die. Run with them killers, so it's just a matter of time. For I take your life or let you take mine. That's when I realized the slaves killing slaves while the white man live to get old. We in them graves, the shit got me feeling played. I opened the Bible, went through them records, found out we was royalty, a nation to be respected. But in this world we rejected, we hated for our complex. Still fighting to get accepted, we hear the truth and reject it. But love is getting corrected, and all my niggas correct me. The commandments, the foundation we erected. Brotherhood is a weapon. Brotherhood is a weapon. Better watch how you steppin', cause brotherhood is a weapon. If I die for my niggas, it'll be an honor and a blessing. Better watch how you steppin', cause brotherhood is a weapon. Brotherhood is a weapon. Better watch how you steppin', cause brotherhood is a weapon. If I die for my niggas, it'll be an honor and a blessing. Better watch how you steppin', cause brotherhood is a weapon. Hey, hey. Hey, hey.
See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. Hey, hey. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. tell you what it feels like when them problems kicking in. I call it real life. Now I'm feeling trapped. Who can I trust? Second guessing everything. Who can I love? I remember sleeping on the floor, ready for whatever. I was sleeping by the door. I was down bad, didn't want no one to know. I was on my own, didn't have nowhere to go. Everything I seen was a test. I was born to be a soldier, nothing less. This is the life that I chose. This the life that I chose. This the life that I chose. This the life that I chose. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. This is the life that I chose. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. This is the life that I chose. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. Left, right, left. All black is the uniform. Soldiers dead and gone. I'm forever pouring liquor for them. Try me on my brothers, and I'll be moving bodies for them. Came up out the struggle and maintained through the storm. Niggas dying for dead presidents, fucking up their residence. White man dirty tricks, they call this shit politics. Vagabonds, and they some natural born lunatics. That what they is. They shut you down when you speaking truth. It black boots when you in the truth. It black boots when you in the truth. This is the life that I chose, nigga. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. Left, right, left.
Hey, listen, brothers and sisters, man. If you like what you hear, hit the subscribe button, man. Subscribe to this channel. And also, please, go to isubk.com and pay your tithe. Drop me some cash so we can move around this planet like we need to, man, and do the things we need to do.
They're one West. They're one West. They're one West. They're
ISUPK, Trinidad and Tobago, under Commanding General Yahanna. We will be live on the streets, 91.9 FM.
From west to the depth till they bury me.
Every Thursday from 7 p.m. Hosted by Officer Sawapya Allah and Officer Maskoya.
West to the depth till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me.
ISUPK under Commanding General Yahanna. Live every Thursday night from 7 p.m. on the streets, 91.9 FM.
They need food, housing, clothing. They need counseling. They need understanding of what's happened to them. They need an identity. They need to know the truth about the Lord. They need to be woke up to who the devil is. That's the white man. That's what the hell they need. And you add that to black people, Latinos, and they in you, brother, then you're going to be able to do something for you. The whole reason I'm in here saying these things to you, because these things are supposed to show you and give you hope. It's supposed to make you say to yourself, you know what, we got a kingdom coming. You know what, the Lord's judgment is coming. You know what, let's change our life. Hey, listen, brothers and sisters, man. If you like what you hear, hit the subscribe button, man. Subscribe to this channel. And also, please, go to isubk.com and pay your tithe. Drop me some cash so we can move around this planet like we need to, man, and do the things we need to do.
They're one West. They're one West. They're one West. They're
Serious and you're looking for a Christ man, the one who anointed with the Lord, with the Spirit of the Lord to do his will, I'm that nigga.
One West, 125th Street. Look, y'all put y'all faith in presidents like they gon' change this country. Run the league and let y'all play cause y'all gon' make a money. Fuck Obama, he ain't come here on cargo.
Man, Yahanna don't like no soldiers. With the Spirit of the Lord, we don't like no soldiers. You understand me?
Like a saint, black, Hispanic, native, they hate y'all as the same. Hate Christ in they image, paint you as a slave. God ain't all love, scriptures say he hate African soft niggas, they know we not the same. School to prison pipeline to get you off the streets. Put you in the cell toilet connected to the sink. Molested as a kid, she prostituted as a teen. The byproduct of Martin Luther King dream. They just took the yoke off, my nigga, we ain't free. We living bleak in these wastelands of poverty. If you don't know the truth, then the lies sound promising. Prophecy, gift and the curse. Dylan started killing, they was sitting in church. Black folk forgave him, man, this shit is absurd. You should never love your enemy, that shit ain't gon' work. Yeah, fuck dying on your knees, you better die in glory. Man, I joined the UPK, taught me the art of warring. I took a nigga life like mine to be recognized. I feel that pain every day, it can't be reconciled. Pops banging, my sister a prostitute. My brother got life, and somehow I still found the truth. War ready, no cowards, no excuse. Fuck reparations, you can't bandage no open wounds. Blood on the leaves, body swing hung from a noose. I was on a run in Nashville and I found the truth. I called the school, classes being held by the shock on my life. I want to be a gangster like a cop. Do this for my brothers, real brotherhood. Everything we do, we got it out this book. My nigga, I can never be no African. UPK the only authorized acronym. I'm passionate about my brothers and sisters. We in hell, I ain't got nothing against them. That's another religion. If it ain't under Yahanna, ain't he murdered by them and got a hug from Yahanna? That's the way out for a coward in my observation. They don't fear the Lord, they indoctrinated. Wolves in sheep clothing, Joe Osteen. Real priests bringing back black royalty. One West on my headpiece, rank and order. Can't let them trick me off the streets, I gotta raise my daughter. I got brothers at the border ducking ICE agents. I got the name change, it was life changing. My family thought it was a game. Put on all black, they said I was going through a phase. It's more of us in jail than it was slaves.
Aquí somos la Escuela Israelita del Conocimiento Práctico Universal. Hoy estamos aquí.
Lord Commandant General Yahanna na ISUPK.
This is what Commander General Yahanna did. This is what he did. Look at all these brothers.
First camp, I cut off all my dreads. I took an oath when that oil hit my head. Niggas capping like they lids. I'm a priest, I never stick no fork in no pig. I was dead till I found out how to live. This brotherhood taught me how to be a man. I came back to my roots, I had to dig. A couple gaps I had to bridge. I got a rib, I'm married to this work. You wanna serve the Lord, he ain't in the Christian church. I had to dig.
That's right.
You wanna serve the Lord, he ain't in the Christian church.
Hey, listen, brothers and sisters, man. If you like what you hear, hit the subscribe button, man. Subscribe to this channel. And also, please, go to isubk.com and pay your tithe. Drop me some cash so we can move around this planet like we need to, man, and do the things we need to do.
They're one West. They're one West. They're one West. They're
For homicide detectives, the
clock starts ticking the moment they are called. Their chance of solving a murder is cut in half if they don't get a lead within the first 48 hours.
I do anything to keep my brothers safe. I'm putting food on my daughter's plate. You fucking losers, y'all just can't relate. You harm them, you will find me on the verse 48. You will find me on the verse 48. Find me on the verse 48. I do anything to keep my daughters safe. You harm them, you will find me on the verse 48. Sitting in that room, hear the interrogator's voice. They asking why I do it. I tell them I had no choice. Couldn't take a threat or a risk to my family, so throw the book at me. I take them charges happily. Ain't no need for no polygraphs or forensics. I put that fucker in a body bag, I'll admit it. Fuck a sentence or the jury that will convict me. They don't understand, it's my family, they represent me. So for them, I risk my freedom, roll the dice. I ain't got much more for you crackers, go ahead and give me life. You don't know what it's like for the people that you love. They ain't there to get salutes, they ain't there to give you hugs. The same that done pulled me from the dirt and from the mud, it's gone because of who? Y'all rather shed your blood. My brother's kids like my other kids. If you touch them, fuck around, get another bid, plus 10. Put me in the Supermax, I get super jacked, working out every day, canteen super stack, cool with that. Long as it mean my daughter's safe, my brother's winning, that's a chance I take. Feel my fate. I do anything to keep my brothers safe. I'm putting food on my daughter's plate. You fucking losers, y'all just can't relate. You harm them, you will find me on the first 48. I got wives that done gave they all to stand beside me. Kids that can't see me fall, look at me proudly. Respected by men with honor up on their names. You harm one of them, I promise that you'll see pain. I'm one West train, made an oath to uphold it. Stood with my back against the wall, never folded. Grew up in the city where the love ain't brotherly. I ain't had too many friends, I ain't need the company. I'm my father's son, so I'm cool, just don't fuck with me. I say that you my homie, you're my brother, then you stuck with me. Never turn my back on mine, it's to the dirt. You cross them across that line, I end you first. What only make it worse is loyalty hard to find. Never think cause you out of sight, you out of mind. And I don't mind dying now, cause reincarnation got me coming back. Same scars in my heart aching. Be parlaying with killers from all places. Every last one of them for me a broad day shit. So what you think, I won't do it for them? Once they let me out the cell, shit, I do it again. It's for the family. I do anything to keep my brothers safe. I'm putting food on my daughter's plate. You fucking losers, y'all just can't relate. You harm them, you will find me on the first 48. Find me on the first 48. Find me on the first 48. I do anything to keep my people safe. You harm them, you will find me on the first 48.
Yeah, Bashim Shabrak thumb.
Yeah, shake a thumb.
Hey, what's going on, Akib? How you feeling?
Wow, sir.
A warrior, you down there in the red room, boy. I know you developing all the surveillance pics for your Hawashai up in there.
Go good.
You sending all the surveillance up Jacob's ladder to the most higher. Yeah, man. And I apologize to everybody for the late start, but we gonna get in still. You know what I mean? We definitely
That's
gonna
right.
get. You know what I mean? We rocking and rolling. We ain't denying nobody what they need to get, unlike the commander-in-chief.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, the commander-in-chief says, what? No way. Like I said, it depends on who you're talking about.
Right.
Yeah, man. I know what the hell that means. I know what that means. That means if you're white, it's right.
Yep.
If you're brown, you're wrong. You're black, fuck that. That's what that means. I know exactly where he coming from with the whole thing.
Huh.
I know exactly where he coming from. You know what I mean? So
seem like everybody know except Israel. We still like, what? Oh my God. This being racist.
Yep. How could it be? You know what I mean? So we all want to start. We could jump right into it. I see Kapash right back from, what is that? Dajabon or Dabon? Say the name again, Kapash. Slack yard.
Dayabon.
Look, when I was younger, the truth now, in fact, made me hate French. I realized I had I don't tell you how to use it. I don't want to hear we nothing. I will learn that Creole though. I will learn that Creole. Yeah, because I was on that street spitting that Creole. It sounded like it was moving. Yeah, I give my hand for that, man. So you up there in Diabon, Kapash. You ain't diabolical in Diabon. You're dangerous in Diabon.
Yep.
Yeah, you had Diabon waking all the way up, boy. The bones are. The bones. Please tell us the story, bro. Baba Kusha. Come on, huh?
Yeah, Khan. Yeah, and like you said, shout out to the brothers, all the brothers that rode. Starting Officer Yatazar, Officer Kaz, he drove the whole time with the stick shift. Officer Sharatazai was on deck capturing footage and camp footage. Officer Brachiala popped up and he was rocking with us. Canadian Benjamite from France or wherever he's from. Martinique. He's been everywhere.
He from wherever they speak in France, French, Brachiala there. And Spanish. He ain't backwards. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
Kind of. Also, shout out to Officer Kayana Tab, New York. He was with us on the first leg. He was rocking and rolling. You know what I'm saying? Even doing the Dominican dances and the stuff. He let them know. Simeon in the building. So it was good. We went across the whole island from like basically east to west, north to south, 4 different cities, dropping the truth. And like I said, it got hairy in the last leg. All the other cities was fine. We dropped the truth on Israel. The last leg of the city is where we ran into that. Basically, he's famous in the country for being racist towards Levi. Yeah, he's famous in the country for being racist towards Levi. And even to the point where his group led a march like a month before. We found out later, like a month before, basically like a hate on Levi march. He's part of a group that basically pushes, we tough on immigration. He tries to show that, like, we against we're tough on the immigrations, we're tough on immigrants, we're tough on the Haitians, blah blah blah, because they ain't tough on nobody else, no other people that's over there from all the other countries around the world. But so that's his whole spill, So once he got his cameraman in order, he went in, he jumped into action, shooting off his gun in the air like the Wild Wild West. And everything like that. And so then at the end, he apologized and realized he fucked up because we are the Americans. We're not just papers.
Yo, Israelite. That's what he had. Is Israelite. So this is him here. Hold on, let me add this in. This is him here.
Yeah, Mayor Santiago Rivera. That's his name.
That nigga look like he from Texas. Who he fronting with, man? He look like he gonna have a farm down there in Texas, man. Right?
Yeah. That's to try to spill the spiel. He tries to show like cowboyish a little bit, and so then he wanted to apologize afterwards, and had the police chief bring us to go get beers and try to play nice at the end. But then, on the slide, he's going to lie later. He's been lying throughout the news. The story went viral in DR and in Haiti. The videos we've tracked, it's at 1.6 million views. So it went viral. The whole town was talking about it. all the Haitians. They were
go ahead.
They were calling us freedom fighters, and you know, what I mean, basically we stood up to the oppression that Levi had been facing out there. Like we stood up to the face of it, you know what I mean? Because like I said, he's the leader of the group out there, and it's a minority, and it's a minority with a little bit of power, because he's supported by some white devils, basically that pay him and support him. Because the majority of the people we talk to in the streets, there's people that invited us to their house to get something to eat. Some guy offered us land to build our school out there in Diabon. And the people on the streets was saying, you know, nah, he's crazy. He's always doing stuff that's off. And the people they deal with, that town is close to probably, from my eyes, close to 10 to $20 million worth of goods going into Haiti through that town every week. And so that town, they deal with Levi. So that town, the people in the town, they cool with Levi. They don't have no problems. It's guys like him and people that ain't from the town. That's, you know, yeah, them Haitians this, Haitians that. They ruin the economy, and they're trying to push that message. Same message like Donald Trump pushes, you know. So, but the people, the everyday people, they're not on that same spirit. They're not on that same spirit because they work with each other. They live with each other. A lot of them intermarried. A lot of them, you can't, some of them, they checking us for IDs, and he blacker than anybody, you know. Try to check if we Haitian. Come on now. So
let me ask you this, Cap. So that area you was in, right? Is it mostly Levi or mostly Simeon, or is just really like a center point where they're both there? They both, because it's such a border town.
Yeah, it's a center point. So basically, if you go there, you'll see a lot. You'll see Dominicans all around the town, but then on the market days, it's like 1,000. It's like 100,000, not 100,000, maybe 10,000 Haitians just walking all across, walking all around. So it just becomes like a center point where both tribes is doing business. So that's the type of town it is. It's like it's probably like any border, like probably a Mexico and America border. You know what I mean? On certain days, it's Mexicans and Americans just crossing, doing what they got to do, handling business. And like I said, he's trying to bring that spirit of, you know, hatred towards the tribes. And obviously he's getting paid and pushed to do it and all of that. You know what I'm saying? So he, you know, like the scripture say, you get rid of the contender or some word, and the strife will cease.
You know, cast out the scorner.
There you go.
Strife, all strife will cease.
Yeah. So it's guys like him and there's a judge that supports him, and there's a couple other white politicians that support him. So with, you know, guys like him is what's they're trying to use to push to fan the flames. Because the average Dominican, they're not worried about no Haitian at all. They're going to work. They barely making enough food for their damn selves. They lights going out every night, you know. So what are they worried about, you know, a Haitian for, except for the propaganda that's being pushed that, the Haitians are taking all the money for the schools and taking all the money for the hospitals and taking all the money. But Dominican Republic has an open air gold mine that these other countries taking all the gold from Dominican Republic every day. You got all Chinese people is in Haiti doing all the business, opening up all the stores, taking up all the selling all the goods, but it's the Haitians that's messing everything up. But you got every nation over there bought all the coast, got all the hotels and tourism taken away from you, but it's the Haitians' fault. So it's just the same thing. It's the same thing like in America. You got the billionaires and trillionaires. Well, you got the billionaires. They'll tell you it's the Mexicans' fault. And it's like, black people, why would we fight for the jobs that Mexicans have? Why would we fight for a job that's getting paid less than what we getting paid? Come on, man. That don't even make no sense. When do you see black people trying to jump on roofs? So they're pushing. It's the same tactic they're using. Divide and conquer. You know, you get the tribes, the Israelites to fight each other, and then the oppressor can just while Israel fight each other, the oppressor just walk on by and take your whole everybody's stuff, steal everybody's. They taking the gold out of Dominican Republic and in Haiti. You know,
That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. There, like I was reading some of the comments on, I think the post on his post or something, and it was like Esau done did a huge number on us, man. Like a huge number. It's like you can't believe like the level that they're going at with it. Only the oppressor could do that shit. You know what I mean? Like the comments, you would think you're reading a white supremacist post against, how it would be if it was in America, how the white supremacists would be against Negroes. You know what I mean? Like you would, they're all like, good job, Mayor. Yeah, he defended himself. Of course, they're saying it in Spanish. And the YouTube do the translation. So it's wild. It's wild, for sure. Yeah. But good work for sure, Cap. Good work down there. We was watching everything, seeing what's going on. And it was an amazing experience. And listen, like it wouldn't have been certified damn near if you came back without this happening. Like this is the proof that y'all was doing some work down there. You know what I mean? Like the way they come out at you with this thing, and then everything afterwards. Somebody listening, something getting a little feedback or something playing. I don't know, but it's damn near like this year is like it's certified and sealed the deal. You know what I mean? You all stood strong. Like you could tell the response, because he's used to intimidating Levi. And Levi is, like a quote unquote illegal alien damn near for Simeon. So he's used to just showing an aggressive front, and nobody could do or say anything because he has the power. You know what I mean? He's used to that thing, and because you all been trained up in the ISUPK under Command General Yahanna, he met something that he was not familiar with. You know what I mean? He met something that he was absolutely not familiar with. I'm looking for the other picture where he's in front of the camp and you could see the brothers, but I can't find it. Can't find it, Cap. I thought it was on your page, but I definitely ain't seeing it. Just to show everybody who may not be familiar with what we're talking about. There he pulled the gun on them brothers there and fire off into the air like he had the rodeo. You know what I mean? Like that there was real strong, real powerful. You know what I mean? Congratulations again on all that good work you're doing down there, bro. This is in your travels. I damn near had to crop the damn picture out for the YouTube pansies and them.
Yep.
Who get offended by seeing firearm. So, but he came out there and he worked for the Lord that day, because now you're viral everywhere. You know what I mean? Now the multitude talking about you on both sides. God. Now they're looking into it more. Now they're looking into you more and trying to see what is what.
Yeah, and if I could,
it's
of the Lord. It's of the Lord so good that as far as when you see their video, which is on their platform, which most of the public took from. Most of the public out there took the clips from their footage, not our footage, but clips from their footage. But on their footage, their cameraman zoomed in on our signs, 12 tribes of Israel, and then panned to the Jesus Christ is black, zoomed right in. So it's real big. And then the guy kicks the sign, and now we using the sign as defense. And they on the sign even more. Jesus Christ is black. So the sign's like in the shot. I was like, man, I'm like, hey, and then that's what they had to talk about, because basically they came out later on their platform starting to say, oh, they were doing a voodoo ritual, satanic ritual, and then other content creators that knew some English was correcting them, saying, look, you gotta learn some English. They said they were telling you back up. They got a sign that say Jesus Christ is black. They're not voodoo teaching this and that, you're gonna have to learn some English, my guy. And that's it. And that was Dominicans telling him that. So he, like you said, he worked for the Lord that day.
Oh hell yeah! He definitely worked for the truth, to help the truth. Like how Christ said, "Don't marvel not that they against you. They will be like a help. They will be for a help." I think I found one of the pictures here. There's this good picture here. Let me see if I can share it with you all.
And Slack, if I may, while you pulling that up, sir. What Captain Kapash said is so heavy in that what he noticed is exactly what I noticed watching the film. Like it was almost like, okay, because our camera didn't catch it because our perspective is from the inside out. The footage that went viral, which I've seen it on a couple of different platforms, on different Spanish, Hispanic pages, and every page is like exactly how Captain Kapash described it. It's like I don't know if he meant to do it or not, but it's like he showed that Levi and Simeon are brothers by showing the 12 tribes chart. Like that was the last thing you seen before he kicked the sign. And it was like, it was so spiritual because it was like, okay, anybody that has to see this footage now has to go and see, okay, 12 tribes of Israel. Hold on, I've never, for some people, that might be the first time they've ever seen blacks and Hispanics together, or being included together like that. And it's the prophecy. The Lord said, bind together on two sticks, Judah and Israel on one stick. And when I seen that video, Captain Kapash, that's exactly what I seen. As I said, well, this is of the Lord, that this went viral and that he filmed it that way, because you seen that Jesus Christ is black, which is nigh unto witchcraft to Hispanics that believe in the white Holy Mary. You understand? And the Haitians that believe in white Jesus, that is nigh unto witchcraft to them. So to see those two things and it went viral, there's going to be, I pray the Lord, for sure, there's going to be some a harvest from this, like from the work y'all did down there, because it was real strong and it inspired me as I watched it. I was so angry that I wasn't down there. I was like, I wish I could have been in the camp as I'm watching it, because I was like, this right here is something that will not be forgotten, what the prophets of the Lord did in that day, because this cat right here, he got the mark of the beast. That's brother, right. But he has the mark of the beast. And as I'm watching him, I'm like, this cat is Esau in spirit. Like this is who Christ was talking to in John 8:44. You are of your father, the devil.
That's right.
He was a murderer from the beginning. I'm looking at this cat, his whole demeanor and disposition is not that of a Dominican. It's not that of the tribe of Simeon. His disposition and countenance is that of a white devil. And that's how he acted against his own brothers who are trying to save the Dominicans and save the Haitians and stop the bloodshed and unite God's people. And I just want to say, woe unto any Israelite that stokes a flame between these 12 tribes, because God wants them to be together. Woe, destruction unto any Israelite that is pushing a division against these 12 tribes. This Most High Christ Captain Kapash for the work y'all did. Salaki.
That's right. Right, that's right, bro. Like that shit was, all the way right, Cap. You know what I mean? Y'all got down with the get down. I try to. Okay, so Kapash, is the video they're talking about? Is it on your page or is it part of the same post? Like if I go to that Noticias en Casa, all right, will the video come up there or?
Let me see. It should be on my page, but let me see. I might have to pull it up and then send it to you.
They love that AI, boy. They got a picture of y'all looking like straight out of the G.I. Joe cartoon now. They put you all up in that AI there. It's something else. You know what I mean? But shit, good work with y'all. Good work with y'all doing there. Lord allow, like if it went that viral, then now you're gonna reap the benefits of it. Now you, for all the work you've been putting down on the both sides, Officer Yatazar, putting down Sharatazar. I know he went out there too. All the sisters that rock with you all and the brothers that come through. And what's the young brother down there? The Trooper Tawab. Tawabia. You know what I mean? You know, I see him. There's a video of him talking, like he breaking something down. Even you could tell is the whole thing just fired him all the way up. You know what I mean?
I just sent it in the WhatsApp chat. One of the main videos that got 387,000 views.
Yeah, let's send it to my messenger. I can't do nothing from WhatsApp because I'm on the computer. Send it to like Facebook Messenger, or you could put the link in the chat right here on the StreamYard. I could try to pull it up and share it from there.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do the Facebook Messenger real quick. And then what's crazy is there was a devil out there who was telling the brother to stop. That's how you know it was just all type of jumble of madness.
Now y'all got it strong, man. Y'all got it good and strong and rocking, and really they, you know, it can't detract from that thing. Yeah, the Lord gonna turn that into something else. You know, you'll just hold the faith and keep that going all the way strong. You know what I mean? As the empire falls, and then there was this the government is shut down, and federal this and policies that, and furlough this and furlough that. A nation within a nation is being built. You know what I mean? Who would have thought, brother? You go on the border and blazing, and an Israelite come out in the strongest way possible. You know what I mean? In the strongest way possible to try to, you know, stop what's going on. It's, you know, absolute madness with that. You know what I mean? Also, too, let me plug this one time. Now, in fact, I don't know if you wanted to rock with it.
Yeah. Kim. You know what I mean? Jamaica, you know what I mean, will be on the radio. Sun City on Friday, you know what I mean, off of Sabadawan, you know what I mean, going to rock it out on that radio station, you know what I mean, to try and push that the truth, you know what I mean, in Jamaica, you know what I mean, to wake up our brothers and sisters down there. And then on October 25th, the flag gonna come out. The flag already out too, right? But on October 25th, they're gonna have a food drive down there also too. So, you know what I mean, we for sure trying to get, you know what I mean, get it on, you know what I mean, in the Caribbean islands. We're trying to wake, you know what I mean, our people up, man. So, you know what I mean, you all, you know what I mean, tune in. I'm getting a link for you all too. So tune in on 1:10 p.m. this Friday. You know what I mean? He gonna be on a big radio station down there in Jamaica. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
man.
Listen, open up the airways, man. We're gonna be all over going on every platform doing the work of the Lord. We ain't going viral for hate and harm in Israel. We ain't going viral because you done let some Hamite come up in there and slaughter some sister. We going viral for good works of the Lord. You know what I mean? The good things. So
I sent it to your messenger too. It should be in your messenger.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
Facebook
you know
messenger.
What I mean? In the meantime, what's your which story you're feeling to get into? Hold on, I think I could pull it now. I got it, Kapash. I think it's coming up right now. Hold up. I have a little delay, a little slowness. How is the stream on your end? Is it slowing down or is it running?
No, it's running too wild for me, sir.
It's running too
wild?
Right.
I think they're doing something to the internet. They're for sure slowing it down.
Yeah, I've been getting it real slow.
I've been having issues with the internet being slow where I'm at too, sir.
Yeah, that's let's go down and talk with the net neutrality. Yeah, it has audio. This still has audio.
Esto es rápido, soy el Conde de San Francisco. En este video sale el alcalde de Dajabón, Santiago Riverón, y llega a una esquina de su pueblo donde hay un grupo de haitianos. No se sabe si están celebrando un culto, una hechicería, una brujería, no se sabe. Veamos este video, recojan sus cosas y se vayan. Vamos a ver el video.
That's right. I don't know what the fuck he's saying, but that's what the Badu, that shit right there. I know that nigga cussing somebody the fuck outside. Goddamn.
That's right.
That's fire. Like that was a gunshot there?
Yeah, that was a gunshot. See, brothers ain't even really flinch.
Listen, your niggas is no cowards, Zach. You'll hear that gunshot and it's like nothing. It's like absolutely nothing. Let me see if I could pull it back.
He's pointing the pistol at us.
Oh, at that point there, he's pointing it at you.
When as soon as he kicked the sign, he pulled the hammer.
Listen, he really wanted y'all to rush him.
Yeah.
So he had an excuse for you to pull the trigger. But y'all kept that composure, man. Y'all kept that UPK composure. And it's the same thing with, how Christ, taught us to be on these streets, man. And what's the amazing thing about the footage so far? The crowd did not jump on his side. They didn't just, they didn't just, he side with the local. It's damn near like they was listening.
Yeah.
And they stood and watching like what the hell going on. And even the devil, he had to come up there and tell this nigga chill the fuck out.
Yeah. And Salakika, I mean? And that's almost like, students who come late to class. You had camp, they come late. And they didn't hear what you had to say. All they know, they had to be against what you're saying. That's all. When for sure, as I say, the people was listening, so they knew what those brothers were saying was for them. But he come out the blues, and who the hell knows who sent him down there? And he just came there just to disrupt. Because he think, somebody come to cause problem in his town, but he ain't listening. And that's the problem with our people. Like we don't, from the time we see black men with, some type of power, we don't understand it. We know we have to come up against that. And that's from oppression. And that's from a slave master in thinking you see another black man trying to show that dominance. We have to fight that, because that there is going to make Massa angry, and if Massa angry, is going to be a problem for me, because he have me in charge of all you Negroes. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, you know what I mean. So it's like, it's like, just oppression. You know what I mean?
And Cap, what you saying there so heavy where we're saying like we don't even know who sent him, which he was definitely sent out there to handle this shit. If I could get John 11 and 47 and 48, please. You know what I mean? Like I know for sure I'm in the home of the truth. I know for sure who done taught us, man. Big up Commander Johnny Yahanna again, man, for teaching us how to be on these streets, how to teach, make your faces hard against their faces. Like we live in the precepts, you reading about. We actually live in the damn thing, because our leader is absolutely no coward. Like y'all go into these Hamites and these heathens, and they firing on y'all scattering like roaches. This nigga was scared to pull the trigger. He only pulled one. One pop. Anybody have it?
Come.
Go ahead.
Because I'm sloppy.
Kawakan. John chapter 11, verse 47. Then gathered the chief priest and the Pharisees a council and said, what do we? For this man doeth many miracles. If we
that's what happened there. That's why he come out there so late and so hot and bothered, because he don't get a phone call. He don't got the counsel of Satan. And they say, listen, man, these men out here feeding people, giving people clothes, teaching the truth. They got a Levite with them. So some big ass about three big ass Haitians up with them. They got Dominicans up with them. They got these niggas from America with them. Go out there, mayor, and mayor that block up.
Yeah.
Get to mayor, and he comes out there, brother, because of the work you all been doing, Kapash, and documenting the thing and showing it off. And you're not out there blazing on Levi or Simeon. It was so easy. It would have been so easy to start to trash Simeon for how he treating Levi. And you ain't even doing that thing. You bringing it together. He had to come out there and do something. Keep reading.
Kawakan, if we let him thus alone, all men will believe on him. And the Romans shall come and take away both our place and nation.
You understand? That's what happened out there. Like they say, if we lead these men to teach these Levites and Simeonites, I will no longer be mayor of this city. They're about to make you the mayor, Kapash. They're about to make you the mayor down there. He didn't want none of that shit. He had to come out there and show he's John Wayne. He had to go and say he's Juan Wayne. I say he's not John Wayne, but he's Juan Wayne. He had to come out there and show that he could squeeze a pistol. You know what I mean? He's big, bad, whatever. And then these men don't scatter. They don't run. They don't even, their face ain't changed. It's like they want more of it. Oh, that strength is legendary. That strength is legendary. That strength is, that discipline is legendary. I'm sure he wished he could have men like y'all in his service. I'm sure he wishes that he could have men like y'all, working for him instead.
And if I could say one thing, now that you bring that up, I forgot to mention Officer Tazadawan. Officer Tazadawan, straight Haitian, straight Haiti, born and bred. He traveled all across Haiti to come across to the camp. You know what I mean? Much travel, like 2 trips before he couldn't make it because the gangs blocked up the road. You know what I mean? And he never stopped. So he came this time, made it through all of Haiti, came to the camp, was at the camp with us rocking. Afterwards, I'm in the hotel later giving a report. And, they asking how everything is. I'm noticing him. He on the phone, laughing, having a good time. I'm like, he's just unfazed. You know what I mean? We it's UPK. We kind of used to the hustle and bustle of it. But it's his first camp. And, and this shots going off, it's, you would think he would be like that frazzled. He wasn't. He was just sitting there laughing on the phone. It was unfazed. I'm like, I'm looking at him like, damn, that's a bad man. He was unfazed. First camp. Unfazed.
Listen, that's cool.
Shout out
right
to
there.
Tazadawan, man. Their brother was
Tazadawan.
Out straight in Haiti. He's in damn, I got double check. I think he's in Jacmel or something, or Lakai out in Haiti. We'll double check later. But he was unfazed. I'm talking just like it didn't happen, like nothing happened. You know what I mean? So you soldiers like that, you can't wish for nothing better than that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, the strength you all displayed there was remarkable, brother, to the point where he's a Christian. You're reading from the Bible, and the demon take him so bad that he has to, fire a pistol at you because the demon done took him. Like, goddamn,
Yeah.
Like that's my please.
No, I was gonna ask if I could get John 8 and 43.
Yeah, go ahead.
And 45. I mean, because you know, what I mean, as I'm saying, we live this Bible. Everything and every day we live this Bible. You know what I mean, brothers and sisters, you know what I mean, you'll come up in here, you know what I mean, and take on the teachings, you know what I mean, of the Israelite School of Universal Practical under Commander Yahanna and live it. This is the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge. We lived this. You understand? And brothers and sisters, you're going to see, you know what I mean, when we read the scriptures, you know what I mean, and you see things like this going on in the streets, you know that we live it. You know what I mean? That the Bible is a real book, most sought after book on the planet Earth. You know what I mean? And it's most sought after for a reason. You know what I mean? Anybody get it, yeah?
Kawakan. John chapter 8, verse 43. Why do ye not understand my speech?
Why you don't? Why the man didn't understand your speech? Why? Yes, Zach was talking in his language. Why you don't understand his speech?
Right.
Read.
Like, if I could just interject there, that's so heavy. That point you're making. It's not like he talking in English.
Yeah.
Then having somebody translate, even though that's how we operate. But this brother giving it to you raw in the Haitian Creole. And okay, to him, he's usually hearing that Creole from a second-class position or from a more subservient position. He ain't used to hearing that Creole with so much force, like life
That's
in it.
Yeah.
He ain't used to hear how Yatazak hollering on that corner. Oh my gosh. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, he hollering like a free man.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
Like a free man. And this man is like, I have you all under my foot. Who is this free Negro? Read on.
Even because ye cannot hear my word.
You can't hear my word because he's so discombobulated by these brothers coming out there and speaking with that force, with that courage. That's the Holy Spirit. You want to know what the Holy Spirit is? That is the Holy Spirit. Not what your grandpappy and them be doing on the floor in the Christian church with foam out the mouth. That is the Holy Spirit you're looking at right there. You understand? That's courage. You understand? Read on.
Ye are of your father, the devil.
And that's what a white man will do. That's exactly what a white man will do in the face of strong, powerful black men. You understand? You remember, the white man, there's 1,000 ways to deal with a problem. He chooses one all the time, and that's the gun. And that's what you're looking at right now on the earth. He is choosing a weapon. You understand? There's a lot of ways to deal with it. You could sit down, you could discuss, you could talk about it, and you could put things in place. He doesn't choose that. He chooses weapons to deal with it. Right? Read on.
And the lust of your father ye will do.
And he is doing the lust of his father. Who is the white man? The white man will love to see brothers unalive each other. He will love it because he wants to do it. You understand? Read on.
He was a murderer from the beginning.
Read on.
And abode not in the truth.
All right. And from the beginning, it's talking about Cain. You understand? That spirit on Cain is the same spirit on the so-called oppressor today. And it's the same spirit on this brother because he loved the white man. That mayor with that gun, he loved the white man more than them people that put him in power.
Yeah.
He loved the white man more. Because what he have in his hand, he has the white man tool. Ain't no gun, you know what I mean? Ain't no gun factory in Dominica or Haiti. Where you getting that pistol from? That's from the oppressor. He trusts in it. Read on.
Because there is no truth in him.
There's no truth. He can't battle you all with the truth. So he go use what the white man used to battle, which is a weapon, a gun. Read on.
When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own.
Yeah. The people was against him because he was speaking, wherever he was speaking, of his own. Everybody was against him that day, and he recognized that them bullets would not save him that day. He recognized that that whole city would have fallen on him if he had harmed one of you all. Read on.
For he is a liar.
For he's a what?
For he is a liar.
He's a liar. Read on.
And the father of it.
And father, he's a sinner. You understand? And he's the father of it. When he's supposed to be protecting people, you understand? He out there trying to be a criminal. You understand? He doing what criminals do. Read on.
And because I tell you the truth.
Because these brothers out there telling you the truth. They're opening the Bible and speaking the truth. That the Haitians and Dominicans are brothers. And we're supposed to love each other. Read on.
Ye believe me not.
You don't believe him. So you go get a gun. Because you can't dialogue. You can't debate. You can't prove them men wrong. So you go get a gun. Because you think your gun could prove them wrong.
Right.
When the gun made you look like a white man and made you look like you hate your people. When you have a devil trying to stop you from being a devil.
Oh.
Are you?
Salagi, sir.
The devil say you can't out devil me, nigga. Stop.
Oh man.
If I could, I was just gonna say what Captain I thought just brought out was super heavy. You know what I'm saying? I just imagine being one of those brothers and sisters that were down there on the border that day and witnessed this. Like a lot of times we read the Bible and it's kind of removed from our lives, and that you reading it and you kind of not really, you can't, it's kind of hard to picture it, right? But imagine, I think of the day of Pentecost, you know what I'm saying, when the Lord gave the brothers the gift of tongues, you know what I'm saying? They was out there speaking and every man heard them speaking in their language. You know what I'm saying? I could just imagine being a Levite brother down there, a so-called Haitian, and I speak French or Creole. I hear the brothers out there speaking in Creole. And there's a cat on the other side that's Dominican. He's speaking Spanish. He hearing the cats speaking in Spanish. And somebody that, maybe speak English, speak Spanish, speak Creole is hearing the brothers speaking in all of the different languages. And it's like, it's amazing. You know what I'm saying? I also think of, when Christ was on the earth and out there teaching, and people would be hearing what he's saying. They go back to the Pharisees and Sadducees and they get vexed. Like, that's what happened out there that day. Them brothers out there teaching the truth of the Most High, trying to wake our people up, and word get back to the mayor's office that there's some niggas down at the border casting a voodoo spell. Like, they didn't even comprehend what it was that was going on. Whoever came and reported to him that he got to come put a stop to this had no comprehension or understanding of the presence of the Lord out there that day. You know what I'm saying? Like, and sometimes you read the Bible and you're like, damn, Christ was going out and performing miracles and doing this and that. How could they not know? Why would they come out against him? Why would they be mad at him being out there teaching? And now you see it. Because the work that we are doing, the work of the Lord, is a threat to this empire. It's a threat to the quo. And all of those niggas that then groveled and begged and got on their knees and grabbed their ankles to get a little piece of what these devils have to offer, the Lord is drawing a line in the sand. And the line is either you're going to stand with the Lord or you're going to stand with your oppressor. And all of those that choose to stand with the oppressor, they're going to suffer. And the shame, before they suffer from what the Lord do to them, they're going to suffer the shame and the embarrassment of standing against the men of the Lord. And that cat absolutely deserved the shame and the embarrassment he got for coming out there and then trying to, lie and say the brothers was doing this and doing that, when really he's just a goddamn sellout and he was following the orders of his masters, and he get all the shame and the embarrassment that he deserved. Man, excellent work for those brothers for standing for the Most High, having that zeal and having that spirit to do what nobody does. Who does that? Who goes to the border? Salaki, Kapas, we talked to the pastor. He was like, Kevin, you come down here with me. In my mind, I'm like, Salaki, I don't know about doing coming down here. But it's absolutely inspiring, and it's what is needed in these times. The scriptures say, I'm paraphrasing, I'm out of land, in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, that Christ can't come back until the man of sin is revealed. And going out there to them brothers and sisters and letting them know that, man, all of this, the beef and the evil and the division is not even about us. It's about these devils pitting us against one another so that they can stand in power. And in the midst of y'all teaching that, the Lord allow it to be made manifest for everybody to see that there is no problems between the Haitians and the Dominicans. There is no division between the Haitians and the Dominicans. The problem is the devil and the sellouts that choose to stand with him that calls us to keep being divided, man. Excellent, amazing, inspiring work y'all brothers did.
Right.
Most High
That's
Christ.
right.
Yep. Listen, I for sure know Soul Sound. Even when we went down with Trinidad 2019 with Captain Nathap, the Partizar, Captain Aria, Kodash Zion, I believe, was also on that mission. I think I'm missing somebody else, or that was it. That was just it, right?
I think so.
Right. Like not long after, the brothers had get shut down in Trinidad, and it came from the mayor's office in Port of Spain. And in trying to investigate, we had a link on the inside for the deputy mayor, right? The deputy mayor is a brother. The mayor is from one of the native people of Trinidad, right? Which would be either Asha or Boricua. Like there's a native community was there. They've been there. They've just always been there. He's from that community. He was not there. He was somewhere in the Caribbean. The deputy mayor is there. We had a link on the inside. So talking to the deputy mayor, come to find out, some sodomite went up in their meeting, the council meeting, and said, there's these group of men that cursing people out on the street and calling women whores and attacking people verbally and blah, 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 blah.
Wow.
And said this was us. So they put it out there that we can't come back and XYZ. So we went up in there and talked to this deputy mayor. I mean, sitting down in that whole mayor's office. He tell us this. He said he know the woman who really does the whole process with the permitting and land. The police know what it is. He gonna explain to her. And he took, showed her our tapes and stuff like that.
Wow.
He done described to her how them purple sodomites deal with people, right? And it's really because he was super Christian or part of them. So the brother ended up working on our behalf and overturned the damn thing. The brothers get to go back out. Not long after, they found a Native Indian burial ground under the what they call the Red House in Trinidad. They was doing excavation. The Red House is a part of the Parliament, almost like imagine under Congress, under the Capitol building, under one section in DC. They doing excavation and found a Native Indian burial ground. So he is out there because he's from that people. So Wap and them went up there and met him, and he shook their hand. He said, "You see what they're doing." About a year later or 2 years later, COVID came and happened. The little sodomite who went up in there and gave that bad report, he died.
Good, nice.
And they contacted us to say, yeah, you remember that guy who was talking shit about you? Oh yeah, he died. But you can't stop the Lord program no matter what you try to do. You could pull guns. You could not pull guns. You could pull paperwork. You could rule with the pen or the sword. The Lord will have the final say. And brothers who are on this panel who've been in the school for a decent amount of time, each one of us would be able to tell you something they see. I remember that camp in DC where there was some little Edomite was harassing the camp, and I think in Soccer War you were speaking, either you or Captain Tower War, and they blazing Edomite, and then the cops pull up with the whole patty wagon and about 2 cop cars. And I couldn't understand why, because it's the Edomite giving trouble. John Katham said, man, they came for us. Whoever called them told them we was the aggressor. When they realized we couldn't be the aggressor, they tried to arrest a brother in the crowd. They tried to just arrest a brother in the crowd. And I think, Sakti, it was you. I think you get up there and start a blaze on the cops. Blaze. And I'm talking, they had the brother in hands behind his back, cuffed, go into the wagon. And so I just had a blaze on the cop and how they're unjust and they're racist and they're weak. And the crowd started, say it's not him, he ain't do nothing. He was just watching. And brother, they had to let that brother go. Let that brother go. And then I think the Edomite tried to leave. General Q, I mean, I ain't gonna say too much else, but the Edomite get locked up. And to see all of that happening one day. It's fucking ridiculous, Zach. Like you will see some amazing shit. You commit yourself to the Lord. Like if you're a young brother, you looking for purpose and you're looking for something to do with your life that means something. There's no better place that in the Israelite school of UPK under command of Johnny Yahanna. I'm trying to tell you, you're going to find purpose for your life. You're going to find a reason to wake up anymore. You're going to find a reason not to end it all. You're going to find a reason. You're going to see some shit to be like, what? They did what? Who? What? And once again, now, I can imagine, hundreds of years ago, you had to read the account. And then you had to find a brother who is skilled at speaking to the crowd to make it come alive.
That's right.
No, brother, you just had to click a link and watch it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
If I could, yeah.
Go ahead, please. Salakia.
Just real quick, and then I'm pass it on. What you're saying is so heavy because I went back to the slave today, you know what I'm saying, working the door. And then, I'm wearing some subtle UPK stuff I'm allowed to wear because I told them religious rights and stuff. So I'm wearing my tam and some shield and stuff like that. And one of the other coworkers was like, "You look like you dressed for war." I was like, "You have no idea, sis." You have no idea.
Clark Kent up in that shit. You had no idea the weekend I had fighting off evils of the earth.
So yeah, it's right. You get purpose in the UPK, man. I would never imagine all the things that have been in the UPK because sometimes I think about it and I try to compare it. Because when I was first learning about the truth, I was in college, in university, and I really didn't want to go back, and I dropped it for the truth. And I always think like, how would my life would have been if I would have tried to stay on that path compared to this path? And it's no comparison. It's no comparison as far as not saying getting a degree is not good, but putting everything into the truth. Like if you just drop it all, put it all into the truth, you're gonna get better outcome than if you half step or be like, I'll wait on that for later. Let me finish this business I'm doing, then I'll deal with the truth later. You're gonna lose out doing that. Don't look back. Look to this right here. You ain't gonna get nothing greater, no greater thing that you can do in life. Nothing better in here than in here. Nothing.
Kapash, you up there in Indianapolis breaking down everything that happened with the Native Indians. Would you have ever dreamed that one day you'd be on a border town in Haiti getting shot at by a mayor and then he buys you drinks afterwards? Somebody came to you and told you that as a young officer or a trooper, you'd have said, nigga, you smoking crack. You'd have said, I don't know what the fuck you talking about. I'm about to, just make these videos and bring out the history.
God.
It is absolutely insane. You know what I mean?
And if I could, one more thing for brothers who really see stuff in the world, because I could remember looking at videos. I watched a documentary of a Haitian prison in the capital, but they kept losing everybody's paperwork. So the brothers is in there starving and hurting and in pain, and they're trying to. And one dude who's like just a documentary. Somehow he starts trying to help one brother and starts taking the paper down to the downtown. They find it, then they go over here, go over there, and they damn near get the brother out.
Right.
Because his paperwork was just so lost. And he's like, man, I don't even know how this happened, but I just had to do something, and we did something, and we helped this brother. And I remember watching that, like, man, I wish I could do something about that and help that some way. And then we really end up doing something like that. So for you brothers who watching the UPK and you see the things that's going on in the world, you see our Mexican brothers and sisters getting treated wrong, getting beat on, your own people. Even if you see if you're a Mexican and you see your brothers and sisters getting treated wrong and maltreated and deported, and you see what's happening with our brothers and sisters, and you want to do something about it, this is the place where you can actually do something about it.
That's right.
Because I'm sitting there, I'm watching a documentary of our Haitian brothers, and then eventually one day I'm out there, and the brother says, "Yeah, we all the Haitians on the Haitian side of the country saying we freedom fighters, and they love us and this and that, and their spirit is uplifted from the work in the ISUPK. So, if you want to help your people, you come in here."
That's right. That's right, God. That's right. That's right. Yeah, man. Straight gateway.
Come.
Yeah, man. So it's so much amazing stories when you go into it, brother. When you go into the whole thing, it's so much amazing stories that happen with brothers and sisters. Amazing, totally amazing shit that just will blow your mind. You have to be in the work. You actually have to be in the work, in the body, in the work, you know what I mean? And again, we ain't raised by no punk. Big up Commander Johnny Yahanna on that interview. I only heard about it. I didn't even see it. I heard the heathen come on the devil come on the thing and say, what does this nigga got to say? Off the break. Because of course he had to show everybody that he could talk down to a black man. Man, Commander Yahanna ripped him a whole new one. He get off the call. Commander Yahanna ripped him a new one. The general tell him, he said, listen, man, you for sure he belittled him. He tell him, he said, your woman, they always want us. He said, your forefathers had to rape my foremothers. My foremothers didn't want your people. You had to rape your way into us. You had to force our women. But your grandmammy, she wanted it. I said,
oh man.
Damn. Yeah. That's a new way to call a brother hoe. He said she wanted it. That's a good goddamn. And I know who taught me. I for sure know that at that point.
Yeah, right.
Rude and speak another. You say your grandmammy wanted it. She was on the plantation, spread eagle, saying, land that shit here. Everybody land. you know your feet up, baby. And you say, yeah, open wide. So your grandmammy wanted it. Oh my God. It's gonna be listen, by the time we finish, it's just gonna be 1K. They're gonna lose the other 2Ks. It ain't gonna be KKK no more, it'll just be K. That's it. You know what I mean? Like the Lord done give us the blueprint. We execute anything all the way fully to the hilt. And we ain't letting up, man. We ain't letting up on it, and we're gonna keep doing it. We're gonna build this 12 tribes. As their nation fall, we're gonna build ours, you know. So a few stories before we had to roll all the way out, man. I know we started late, but we're gonna still give you all something. Where y'all want to start first? Y'all want to start with no back pay, Trump, or you want to get a couple of the other ones?
Concept, if I could, so we can start with the no back pay. I just want to say, you know, for the brothers and sisters tuning in, the theme for tonight is, you know, the empire is falling. Like all of these stories that we have are detailing or giving you glimpses into the collapse of this place. You know what I'm saying? The economy is in shambles. The government is shut down. There's division among the ranks on both sides. I mean, these Republicans is tearing at each other behind this unaliving of Charlie Kirk. The whole rank and file is dissension, you know what I'm saying? And they fighting against each other. And like the scripture says, man, a house divided, you know what I'm saying, cannot stand. So the empire is falling. That's the theme of the night show. So whatever story we decide to go to, sir, for all you brothers and sisters tuning in out there, just know that, like the scriptures say, man, in order for our kingdom, for Christ's kingdom to be established, this one has to fall. And we are beginning to see, you know, just how fractured and divided and broken this place is.
That's right. That's right. I think we're good to go for sure. You're right. So we already.
We can start with the furlough because you know there's a lot of people that are affected by this shutdown, and for them to come out and say that there's a possibility that once the smoke clears and the dust settles, that you're not even gonna get no pay for all this time that you have off is diabolical. So like,
oh, let's not. He going let's get the story for sure, but he's going to use that time off to investigate every Facebook post he ever made. If you ever call him Taco Man, like what the it's about where the Trump always chickens out.
Yeah,
Taco Man. If anything like that come up, he's gonna retaliate.
Salaki.
Come on, Cap.
The mango Mussolini.
The mango Mussolini. That's your whole back pay going right there. Your back pay gonna be gambling money. He gonna go to fucking was Atlantic City on that ass. He gonna place a bet and bet it all on 76 black. Yeah, anybody who come up against him, he gonna step to you. Go ahead.
So that's story number one.
Hold on, let me check the list.
Yes, sir.
I think it was a later story. It may have been added, or you might have to pull it and Google it. I think when the brother sent the first ones, it may have been added. No, that's the Insurrection Act. I want to do that one too, right? Because that's what they're talking about. How he's considering this Insurrection Act, which is being able to put soldiers all over the place because of state of emergency. You know what I mean? Really calling that martial law type shit.
Yeah. And all this for that Epstein file must be really disgusting.
Come.
That Epstein file must be, you know what I mean? It's going to make America implode if that joint come out. And I think the both side in on it. You know, the both side, because that Epstein file been around for what? Since 2018, that Ghislaine Maxwell in prison.
Come.
You understand?
It's been
So
around longer.
So which means the both side have something, you know what I mean, have something on it. You know what I mean, all this government shutdown, it could be because of the Epstein file too. You know what I mean? They're trying to, you know what I mean, slow it, you know what I mean, have something where it will just disappear. Because they had that Palm Bundy, there was, you know what I mean, grilling her, you know what I mean, on that whole, you know what I mean, on her whole position.
Come.
You know what I mean? It was grilling her. It was, you know what I mean, it ain't looking too good. You know what I mean? Because they will take this place there for that file not to come out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
She talking to them like they her children.
Mm-hmm.
Like I listened to how they ask her a question, brother. She talking to them like, how dare you ask me this question?
Yeah.
And throwing shit back at them and like, who are you to even ask this shit? And you can't even, why don't you open back the government? And she real sassy. Once again, they really don't have a leg to stand on, but they have to show their supporters some fire so they don't feel deflated.
Yeah.
They have to do and say certain things, because when they go back into the little lodge meetings, wherever, they know their supporters is gonna be like, how you went up there and talk to them like if they in charge. What's wrong with you? Like this here is now, a dog and pony show for the most part with them.
Yeah. And Cap, I wonder how black people are feeling too. Like black people, you know what I mean? When I say black people, meaning like black people who in the government, who claim they're trying to do things for black people. And now you watching how Donald Trump dealing with the government. And now you match that up with how Barack Obama dealt with the government. It's, you know what I mean, it's clear as day. You know what I mean, black people, you know what I mean, they don't have a you know what I mean, like a space or a room. You know what I mean, all of those deserve to be in there. You know what I mean? It's like as it says, a pony show when it comes to, you know what I mean, black people in you know what I mean, these black so-called black politicians on them. Because clearly somebody could, you know what I mean, could stand up for black people, but nobody's standing up for black people.
No.
Nobody putting the job on the line. These people going on and talking to these senators like, you know what I mean, as it's saying, like, you know what I mean, like they're nobody.
Yeah.
And walking out of there with their job.
Yep.
And don't give a damn about what the media is saying. Nothing. You know what I mean? But when you talk to Hakeem Jeffries and Cory Booker, yeah, I mean, you know these are Toms. These are Uncle Toms, real Uncle Toms in the flesh. You understand? Because they for sure ain't trying to do nothing for black people.
Right.
Nothing.
God. And if I could real quick, behind what you just said, Salakia Cap was heavy. That's the first time I seen a politician skip jump and fumble. When they stepped to Barack Obama and said, seeing what Trump has been doing in the years, don't you seem like you could have did more for black people? He tried to pull the same old thing. I'm like, you ain't got nothing new. Well, the House and the this and the that. Then they hit him with it. Well, you had the House at 1.2. You had the
Wow.
Senate 2. You had the C2. Why didn't you do something? Well,
and then
he
go
that's
ahead,
when
Salakia. No, go ahead, Salakia. I'm waiting for you.
Yeah, that was it. That's when he was like, well, I'm like, man, you ain't had nothing for him. I was waiting. I'm like, what's Brock gonna say, man? Come on.
He come back in the end. He say, let's not forget what Trump is doing is illegal. That's what he say. He say, are y'all saying, are y'all asking me that if I would have done something illegal? Like that's what he's saying. So in essence, he's saying Trump committing crimes. Well, how come nobody ain't locking him up then? He walking around free as a bird, and like you're saying, they're just shucking and dancing, and to avoid responsibility for how weak they look. Like I think right now the Democratic Party is seen as weak and been weak. I think in the past nobody knew how weak they were. This 6 or 7 months of Trump, it showed how weak they are. They're just weak. The Republicans, they ain't strong, they're just extreme. But the Democratic Party is just weak. Salaki Kahan, go ahead, please.
No, I think Barack Obama saying that the Supreme Court would say different.
Right.
If he's saying it's illegal, we talking about checks and balances now.
Right.
Yeah.
If he's saying everything is illegal, then the high court is agreeing with Trump.
That's it.
Over 50%. So a person could argue that what he's saying is just political theater, just like Cory Booker, just like the other ones out there that's grandstanding. You can't even go in Starbucks and get a cup of coffee without dealing with somebody's political ideology right now.
Yeah.
That's how thick it is out here. That's how tense it is out here. So for him to say that it's not everything he's doing illegal, the Supreme Court would argue different.
Yeah.
You understand? They're giving him, they're rolling out the red carpet for him. You understand? So the elephant in the room is going back to what he should have done and what he could have done.
Right.
He had the momentum, he had power, and he let that window pass.
That's right.
And he failed. He spent a whole year on healthcare. Trump covered everything from the local to the state level to the federal level in less than 6 months. Because they had a plan.
Yeah.
And a fool with a plan can beat an intelligent man any day.
Yeah, without one.
Without one.
Yeah.
So, you know what I'm saying? So when we look at this whole thing, and it is crazy because what's that cat, Stephen Miller, he said that Chicago, speaking of Barack Obama, his home, quote unquote, his town that he made his political bones in, is under siege. And I think his presidential library may be in Chicago. I want to say, I don't know if it's for sure.
Yep. I think they never finish it.
So now they're building a presidential library of somebody who didn't do jack for Chicago and jack for black people. Meanwhile, Stephen Miller is saying that they're doing committing a legal insurrection. I never heard that. That's like an oxymoron. You understand? But
like a lawful bank robbery.
Right, like I mean, like what are we talking about here? So you know what I'm saying. So we are going, and that's the canary in the coal mine. You know what I'm saying? Going back to these politicians, watching them unravel, even in the Dominican Republic, coming up against the ISUPK.
Yeah.
You know, this is how you campaign. This is how you win elections. They don't have a foot to stand on.
Yeah.
So like I yield.
Yeah. And
go ahead.
No, just to add to what Khan saying also too, and what Oliver is saying also too. Like, with these politicians, what black people have to start to do is follow the money. Just follow the money trail. Who donated to Barack Obama? Then that's who he's going to serve. He didn't serve black people because black people wasn't his main donor. And that's what black people don't understand. This whole politics thing is down to a donor. Yeah. Whoever is putting money in your pocket, that's the person you're going to serve. You're not going to serve the country. You're going to serve your donors. That's why all the president, they serve rich men, the billionaires. That's why there's always a talk every time these presidents go in office, they're always giving the rich a break. Right. Because they are the donors. Follow the donors. You want to know why Hakeem Jeffries, crying out for Israel? Because he's being paid by the Israelis.
Innocent Cap, ain't one of them politicians say when you talk bad about Israel, it's like you're talking about his mother.
Con.
Oh my God! Let me see if I find the damn post.
Oh, so lucky. I think he said you talking bad about my wife.
But oh my God, that's it. That's it.
And hey, Cat, why he had to say his wife? Ooh wee.
Oh my God.
Like he don't understand what he said. It's ridiculous.
He trying to tell you he love Israel. That's what he trying to tell you.
That's like we know the truth is with wife. He's saying Israel is his. That's crazy. I mean that mean he will, you know what I mean, go to the ends on earth. You know what I mean, for Israel.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
You know what I mean? Israel over his family. You know what I mean? And that was Barack Obama. Barack Obama, the people who ask him the questions, they're gonna have to ask him who was his donor. And then once you find out who his donors is, then you will see why it is he didn't do nothing for black people. Then you'll understand why it is, I mean, black people are always getting pushed to the back because you're not walking in there with a check. You understand? You wondering why, you know what I mean, your counterpart, the oppressor, he getting everything done for him and his people because they're walking in there with the checks. You understand? That's why.
Yeah.
And that's politics in a nutshell.
Basically, like it's who you gotta you pay to play.
Yeah.
It's a pay to play system and nothing more.
Yeah. Because how in the hell you could have a law, right? You have a law saying any outside entity have to be registered, and then one entity ain't being registered. And brother, they said these politicians, it gets so bad, they walking around with barcodes. Where your packs could just scan it and donate. That's how bad it is. That's how bad it is. You know what I mean? Which then you know what I mean, like, you know what I mean, you hearing them talking about black people and how it's going to be a change. It's not going to be no change in the black community. None whatsoever until you come into Israelite School University of Practical Knowledge. So Lucky, go ahead. Go ahead.
Like it's down there, like they got our OnlyFans app. Like who would put the cash app in the bio?
Yeah.
That's down there what they have right there. So like so this is Nick Huckabee.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
He says like insulting his wife.
Yeah.
He said it's like saying disrespecting Israel is like telling him you don't like his wife at dinner. He doubled down with she will be, you won't be. Get out.
Wow.
Boy.
Can I say one thing, Cap?
Come on, Cap.
Now, in a marriage, the husband pay the dowry.
Right.
But Israel paying you the dowry.
Right.
Like hold up. like this, I mean, we can't make this up.
No.
We can't make this up. And Huckabee, remember, his daughter was the one when Trump was first in there, he was the one that dealt with the press.
Oh, that's his daughter.
That's his daughter. That's his daughter.
That's the Rottweiler face one. I can't remember
that's the one. That's the potato spud face.
Yes.
One. Yeah, that's her. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about it is, okay, he's saying it now he's not talking about America as it, you know, his insulting his wife. You know what I'm saying? But let me tell you something. If your wife is a whore, she's gonna get more than just insulted. You understand? She's gonna get more than, and the thing about it is this: the world see what's going on in this place, man.
Yeah.
You understand? And so what he's saying is that they attached, they one flesh. And when that's a serious statement to make if you supposed to be an ambassador to the US.
That's
because now it's like you do is dual citizenship or dual loyalty. And then now people have to question you. Do you serve the Constitution or do you serve some foreign entity? And the way these Republicans are moving and how they are dismantling this country with their own way, it would make you think they are working for a foreign government.
Yeah.
It would make you like if this was anybody else in that any other group of people or other political party, they would say that they are. It seems like they are undermining and working for a foreign government.
That's it. Hey,
Even like going back to the article about them not wanting to pay federal workers,
right?
Back pay. That seemed like something that's that's going against the the America.
That's it.
So like I yield.
Come on, the comments. I'll come to the cap. Give it 2 seconds. The comments is ridiculous. One person say, "Oh, they own him."
Damn right.
And next person say, "I think that the U.S. ambassador Mike Huckabee might actually be the wife in this relationship."
There you go. There you go. There you go, Cap.
Somebody say, "Is that Mike Huckabee?"
Oh,
oh my God. The brother said he must be on the list. He must be on that list. Oh, brother, like that's one thing with the people. It's only so much you'll be able to do. Like everybody got eyes on seeing, things now. This, the internet is there, the records is there. It's only so much you're gonna be able to do or say. I could imagine this happening in a time where you didn't have so much media access. Like, look at what they're doing with Charlie Cook, with the coin and talking about Charlie Cook Day. What if every U.S. president was like that?
Yeah.
What if every one of their, their main people, what if they was really, that's how they were? And we just getting the story, the rhetoric that comes after it. We wasn't there to see what was really going on, what was really being said and recorded time immemorial in a video or a picture or something. It's whoever has the power to make a story last over decades and some cases centuries.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Because in 50 years, if Christ ain't back here, that Charlie Cook will be as famous as Einstein. He'll be like a philosopher damn near, like one of them Nietzsche or one of them type of people, and they say they killed him for his faith. Nobody would know, none the wiser. Take away the videos of him talking shit. They'll tell the story like that. So, brother, you can't pull no wool over people now. Salaki Cap, go ahead.
Now I was just gonna add, you can imagine, okay, like if black people was not in this country, white America would be fighting each other right now. Because they would know that their government is not their government.
Right.
But you have a president that is creating a distraction. You understand? And you know what I mean, like a major distraction.
Right.
What do call them? Bad Bunny coming to the Super Bowl. That's another major distraction. Now they're telling these, you know what I mean, these so-called Hispanics, you all better don't come to the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? You better not come, or else it's gonna be some problems. Like they create, it's almost like they have to do it, because if they don't do it, they know their people will see what they're doing outright. You understand? Like if black people wake up, you know what I mean, tomorrow morning and decide, you know what, we're gonna stop all, you know what I mean, drug dealing. We're gonna stop all the interracial marriages. We're gonna stop, you know what I mean, everything that anger the Lord.
Right,
brother. There's gonna be problems in the streets. I think it's gonna be problem overnight. They're gonna be fighting each other straight up. Because then you know what I mean. Remember that that oppressor Ford, the owner of Ford, when he write that letter to the so-called small hats, about what they was doing. You understand?
International Jew.
Yes, you understand? Like it's you know what I mean. If black people, the more and more black people start coming into and start to wake up, or just wake up, the more and more you're gonna see that international Jew thing coming back. I'm telling you, because it's getting, you know what I mean, plain as day. Like you're seeing it. You are seeing it. Epstein is what? A small hat. You understand? Ghislaine Maxwell is a small hat. Her father, her father was Maxwell. They unalive her father because he was fitting to go talk, and they give him a state funeral, everything. He was almost like I don't want to say it, but you know what I mean. I ain't gonna say it. You know what I mean. But he was, you know what I mean. He was up there, and they give him a burial, like you know what I mean. Like you know what I mean. He was a statesman.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
It's a grimy time right now. It's a full-on grimy situation right now. And now is not the time to be caught out there with Esau or support his position. You should, as they're going through it with their government and their policies, you should definitely now be looking at building your nation. And I ain't talking about building your nation like you turn into a prepper. I'm talking about you go prepare the minds of your people. That's really what it's going to come to. Like I'm driving through DC in the past few days, and the road rage at 2:00 in the afternoon or 7 in the morning. People go into a slavery you hate. You blowing the horn at me to rush to slavery you hate. You hate this place. And 2:00 in the afternoon, you can't just be patient. You gotta drive around, hit the shoulder, hit the curb, scrape your mirror to rush to the light, and me and you are the same light. When the shelves is bare, what will you not do?
Boy.
What will you not do? Like my mind don't go to them them movies where there's catastrophe, and shit shut down, and the 95 is packed bumper to bumper, and the Edomite family get out the car and they start running.
Yeah.
I could see how they could come up with that concept because, brother, people in the world are extremely selfish. Ridiculously selfish. You could prep whatever the hell you want. You ain't eating none of that shit. I'm telling you straight up. You ain't eating none of it. Doesn't the Bible say the wicked store up everything for the righteous?
That's right.
You gotta come up in here and prepare the minds of your people so they don't lose it.
Listen.
Go ahead.
So, like, if I could, what you're saying is so right, Cap. Because a lot of people, it's like a rat race. Everybody running from themselves.
Yeah.
And when you look at society now, a lot of people are starting to check out mentally, like you said, referring to the mind. A lot of people are that's why they always, every week, they talking about another rapture. Every week, okay, the rapture going, okay, not this week, okay, next week, okay, we going to leave next week, okay, not the week after. Everybody checking out right now. They're already going. Their mind is not here because they seeing this place unravel, and it's a conundrum that they cannot deal with.
Yeah.
They don't have the political philosophy is breaking down. The religious ideology is the Lord is breaking down all these things. Like he said, he gonna famish the gods of this place.
Yeah.
So when he famished the gods, meaning their philosophy is not going to feed you. Their ideology is not going to give you the mental health that you need.
Right.
And like we say all the time in ISUPK, your mental health is tied to your spiritual health.
Yeah.
So what you're saying, Cap, is so right with society. We are on the cusp of seeing what this society is made of. The Lord is peeling back the veneer of liberty and democracy, and you're seeing how their power structure worked. Like you really can timestamp this stuff and say, oh, I see what happened in the 60s with this. Oh, I see why they voted this way. He's pulling back all of the layers of this onion, and a lot of people are going to cry the more he peels back. And they can't deal with the fact that they've been living a lie. They can't deal with the fact that, the UPK, yours truly, has been right all along. But they're going to have to deal with it. You understand? They're going to have to, and they're not going to be able to fix it with a gun. They're not going to be able to do that. You understand? The Lord is doing, and I think about this all the time. The more we hit these streets, what was the scripture? It's a scripture in Matthew chapter 13 about the man that sowed good seed in the field. And when you think about it, like the enemy came by night to sow tares among the wheat.
Right.
And the servant said, hey, didn't you sow good seed? And the master said an enemy had done this. There's people that's trying to undermine the ISUPK all over the world.
Yeah.
Because they know this is the truth. And they're doing things to try to weaken it, but they cannot. The harvest is here. The harvest, we in harvest season.
Right.
The wheat is gonna go into the barn, and the tares are gonna be put in the fire.
That's right.
But like I yield.
That's right. But it's true. Go ahead, Sako.
Now I was gonna say, if Captain Cahan, whatever, well, we all bring it out as heavy in that. You know what I'm saying? Christ told us, man, that you were gonna know the truth, and the truth was gonna set you free. Since 1969, the ISUPK been telling us, you know what I'm saying, been telling the people that we never got free in America. You know what I'm saying? The slavery, nothing has ever changed. You go look at the life of a slave in 1792. You get up, you gotta go out there in that field, you gotta work in order to be able to get a little bit of scraps of food to eat, to be able to have that little shack with a roof over your head, and to get the little tatters that is available to you to have clothes on your back. Well, here we go. Fast forward to 2025. In order for you to be able to eat, you got to get up and go to that slavery, go hit that warehouse, or get on that road and travel to that job. You got to clock in and do whatever the boss man tell you to do. You get your little bit of check, and then what you do, you go in and get you some groceries for you to feed your kids. You know what I'm saying? Pay your rent so you can have a roof over your head. Pay the rest of your bills so you can have a little bit of clothes to put on your back. Not only that, the slavery is worse now in that it's primarily mental for a lot of our people. You know what I'm saying? The lies and the propaganda and the indoctrination is what keep people believing that America is the land of the free and the land of promise, and you can do it big and make it rich. Well, now the Lord is starting to expose the reality of this place. That it is Egypt and Rome, and then you're a slave, and then the only way that you're going to be able to get ahead in this place, you're going to have to choose who you're going to serve. If you're going to serve, you're going to choose to serve the Lord, or you're going to serve your oppressor. And serving your oppressor is selling your soul. You look at them, Hakeem Jeffries and Mike Huckabee and all of these cats in the government. We were sold the dream that making it to Congress and being in the government mean you were upstanding and you took an oath to the Constitution and you stand on American principles for freedom and liberty and justice. When you're just a hoe. You just whoever's going to pay you, you open your mouth, and whoever puts something in it, that's who you're going to serve. That's what you're going to stand for. You understand? And what's crushing the spirit of the people is that they are starting to realize that it's all a lie. It was all a facade. It was all just make believe. I can't think of the name of the movie, but there's a movie that was made back in the 80s. Well, this cat was he had got these glasses. And the cat looking and seeing like advertisements and seeing different stuff out on the street, he put the glasses on and this sign saying obey and serve your masters and bow down. And it's like the Lord is showing everybody what we have been saying since 1969, which is this is the home of the unclean bird. This is Babylon the Great. And now that it is beginning to fall, the people are waking up, man, and it's unbearable to have to face the reality. So a lot of people are trying their hardest to dive further into the lie. So they trying to put their head further into the sand, but the Lord is not allowing it, man. The bottom of this place is falling out, and now is the time that the Lord is giving you. If you're hearing these words, don't think it's a small thing. There's people all over this planet that don't know any idea what the hell is going on. The Lord is allowing you to lock in with the ISUPK because he wants you to save yourself. He wants you to hear these words and commit to changing your life and become who he called you to be, so that you can be spared from the pain and the destruction and the evil that is going to befall more and more people. And for those of us who are tapped in and been serving the Lord and understand what is transpiring, it's going to get way worse before it gets better. So now's the time to lock in and solidify. You know what I'm saying? Christ said this: the man that hears my words and does them is like somebody that builds his house on a rock, on a strong foundation. You ain't going to be wavered with all the different things that's going on. But somebody that builds their house, that hears Christ and doesn't do what he said to do, is like somebody that builds his house on the sand. And when the storm comes, it's going to wash you away. In America, as we know, it is being washed away in every facet, religiously, you understand, culturally, the government, the philosophy, the whole idea of what this place is supposed to represent is being washed away. I yield, Salak.
Listen, Cap, I think somebody in the chat said the movie is called They Live. Michael Love said the movie is called They Live.
They Live. You should go watch it. Like, if you ain't seen that movie, go watch They Live. It's a few movies, man. Esau's the devil. It's another movie called The Network from in the 80s as well, where this cat that was a news broadcaster got hit, and I think he got struck by lightning or something. But voices started talking to him about, go on the air and tell the people the truth. This cat started, and this is in the 80s. He's talking about the government officials being paid off by foreign entities. He's talking about the eroding of your rights and taking away yours. And he's talking about the TV and the devices being used to control your mind and manipulate your thinking. Like everything that's taking place right now, the oppressor in the last ditch effort is trying to establish that he is God, that he's the higher power, that he is the end all and be all. And for people, if your faith is in something weak and built on a lie like Christianity, man, all of that, you believe in what you believe in and trusting in what you trust. When the stores, the grocery stores aren't opening, when the 911 aren't working, you're gonna see people doing unimaginable things in order to survive and to save their lives. And those who know the truth and stand with the Lord are going to be, you understand, like the scriptures say, you know what I'm saying? So we're gonna get our daily bread. You understand? And the Lord is gonna keep us from the temptation and the evil if we stand with him and do what he said to do, man. So now is the time to lock in and learn the truth and change your life, because the faith that Christ told us that we were going to need in order to, endure until the end, the days of that time, the time for that is coming now. So lock it.
Yep. 100% right with that. 100% right. Yeah, man. Let's get some of this. Go ahead, because
no. So I just wanted to say real quick too, and just to piggyback off what Cam Sakawar was saying. That's why Benjamin Netanyahu was on was at some type of conference or interview where he said recently they have to buy TikTok. It will be consequential for them to not buy TikTok. Like they have to be able to control the entire narrative of what's being pushed out, because they have to create a false reality where they're God, because in the real reality, the Most High God is the God. And so like in their reality, they have to be able to curate everything. Like even when I was in Esau's military, the white man's military, they said the most important thing is intelligence and being able to control information. That is the most important thing in history and in war. And Esau, he understands that very well, where the narrative is really, if he can control the narrative, pretty much he can control the reality. And just how you said, Cap, earlier, in 50 years of Christ not back, they was already trying to make Charlie Kirk a saint. Like give him actual sainthood in the Catholic Church. So it's like Benjamin Netanyahu, Esau here in America, they understand how important it is for them to control the narrative. And just bring me to the scripture in Revelation where it says, out of the dragon's mouth, a great flood. Try to wash away the woman that was given birth, that was trying to give birth. And it says, but the earth helped the woman. And the earth swallowed the flood. Like, as much as you oppressors, you can buy TikTok, you can buy Facebook, you can buy Twitter, X. You can control all of the avenues of information, and you're going to recognize that it's not going to stop the Lord's program. It's not going to stop what God wants to come forth. Like the nation of Israel is going to rise. The truth is going to come out. And the beautiful thing about you oppressors being the devil is we don't have to do too much, because you just being who you are is always going to teach itself. Like you can install critical race theory. You can lie about history. And as long as white people exist, we don't even need history. We just can go off of, I'll make a new word, presentry. We can just go off of what's happening right now in the present.
I think that's a new word right there.
Damn right.
Presentry.
Yeah, right. You understand? We go off of what's happening right now in the present. You're devils. And if as long as we continue to live, we'll always, the new generation of blacks and Hispanics, they don't have to know what happened before. They can just look at what's happening right now and know you're devils. So you can't control the narrative. I know you're fighting so hard to wash away blacks and Hispanics coming together and to wash away what Christ stood and fought and laid his life down for, you can't do it. You thought killing Christ, you thought putting him on a cross in the with the Romans, you thought that would stop the movement. You thought it would stop the program, and here we are 2,000 years later, saying the same thing Christ said, standing up for the same things Christ stood for. White people, you should get behind the truth. You can't get in the truth, but you should, if you were wise, try to secure a good spot on a good plantation, because it's going to happen. You on the wrong side of history. Salaki.
So can I say one thing going on what Kazak said? Speaking of the brainwashing they trying to do to our people and and trying to wash away the truth. You know, when it comes to, I mean, going back to this government shutdown, and how they weaponizing it against Trump's political enemies. I just got one question: are we great yet? Are we great? Is America great yet?
Right.
I don't think so. Everybody, the Bible says, when the wicked are in authority, the people would mourn. Everybody mourning. He is crushing not only political opponents, but he's hurting people of his own constituency. Even when you look at the farming and things like that. So these things are going on more and more, and it's ramping up. Government is living paycheck to paycheck now. Let's just keep it real. They now dealing with what the average poor brother or sister would deal with. Now it didn't reach government level. And I remember in DC, they never thought this day would come. Boy, that's why I wish I got to get back to DC. So like I got to, because boy, I just wish I could see some of their faces, some of the ones that spoke against Commander Joe Yahanna in DC back then.
Yeah.
I remember they said that this day would never come because they got a job. This day would never come because they vote. This day would never come because their president is black. All these things they said, all the king's horses and all the king's men. Now, but Trump, I heard he got some new decorating he doing in the White House. I heard he got some new gold. They're about to have the UFC fight down there. It's looking good in the Rose Garden right now. You know, this never ends well. I don't know if people understand history. This never ends well. And this is why a lot of those political signs and those people that know history, they are agreeing with the ISUPK. They may not say it publicly, but they run parallel and intersect on what we are saying when it comes to this empire. They know where it's going. Why you think they leaving the country right now? Why you think they going to they moving their money and their assets out the country? Because they know where it's going. We under authoritarianism. So like I yield.
So like what you just said was heavy, in that this is what happens when there's a coup, a government coup, when there's an overthrow. You know what I'm saying? Usually it happens with a military dictator. They come in with the military and the power. He tried to do it on January 6th and didn't work. So he had to postpone his plan for 4 years while Biden had that last.
Barack.
Hey, now turn this TV on.
Come on, Yahanna. So we could hear you.
How y'all making out?
Good, sir.
Sorry to jump in at the last minute, but y'all was rocking so hard. What you said was so heavy in that Christ said, "A house divided cannot stand."
That's right.
What we watching here is a house divided.
Right.
One half of the house going after the other half of the house.
Right.
Other half of the house trying to gain their power back to go after the first half of the house. Either way, this house is divided. Democrats against Republicans. You know what I mean? Southerners against Northerners. You know what I mean? Slave master against the slave. This house is divided. And like you said, Kahan, they never thought this would happen. They always thought that their politics was above the fray, above the possibility. They didn't think that their politicians could go that far into the gun as they went. Michelle Obama said, "When they go low, we go high." She stands corrected.
Right.
When one half went low, the other half went in the toilet. They've been divided ever since on a level like they never saw before. And they haven't gotten down to the nitty gritty to go at each other. You know what I'm saying? But seeing it is an amazing thing to us because we also never believed that the master would be that foul and cruel and evil and selfish and greedy. We never thought that we would see the slave master show his true colors and those colors be so foul. When he sat on the porch and sipped his lemonade with his pinky finger out,
right,
and their white southern fruffled dresses, we always looked at the slave master with dignity, even though we were being worked to death by the nubs. To us, it was always a symbol of greatness and them being close to the God. Now we're seeing something totally different.
That's right.
We're seeing the slave master do that which the slave had to do to survive.
Right.
And even worse, the further they get to the end of the empire, the more horrific they become. And as a result, the more they try to blame the slaves.
That's right.
You can't blame the slaves when you're killing more than the slave. And it gets revealed. You can't blame the slaves when you're selling more drugs than the slaves. And it gets revealed.
Right.
You can't blame the slaves when you have stolen more than the slaves could have imagined stealing. You have gone beyond what a slave would do. You have gone to a gutter animal before the slaves.
Right.
Now the slaves are saying, wait a minute. The great white is no longer the great white. The great white is no longer to be looked at as, the best of the best. The great white has become like us. And that's exactly what has happened to them. It's exactly what's happening in their kingdom. We're looking at a desperate man now. When we get desperate, we try our best to be better. The master get desperate, he loses his damn mind.
That's right.
I was on a podcast the other night. Edomite pulled out pictures of Hamites eating body parts. So I say, this is what you people are, what you people are. First of all, he didn't know he pulled out another heathen like himself.
That's right.
But second of all, you consider this a modern society. And what the hell is Jeffrey Dahmer doing putting people's heads in the refrigerator?
That's right. That's right.
You have lowered this kingdom to its most gutter level.
Yeah.
You didn't want him to be revealed. The Lord said, uncover the thigh. The thigh being uncovered now.
That's right.
You being seen for what you really are. Something that it should have never been in charge of the earth.
That's right.
Yield.
Oh, God.
That's right, sir.
I think every white supremacist is going to be lining up now, sir. After that one, they saw the Proud Boys one. They thought it was a game. But I think after this one here, they're gonna be lining up now. They're gonna have to talk to you for their own credibility.
That's right. That's right.
They're gonna have to like, okay, he's who we got to talk to now. Because if you're a white supremacist and you ain't talking to the general, like, you're really not being a full supremacist. You're being a cheerleader at that point. You had to go gauntlet now, so to show your full white power.
That's right.
You had to go there and do that and prove yourself in your demographic that you are full-fledged white supremacist, and it's damn like the Lord done put them in a trick box that as they try to prove they run the world, or they prove they're supremacists, or they prove they got power, they have to do it, but in doing it, it's hurting them, their reputation, their look, everything. Like Netanyahu, like right now, he can't stop doing nothing. The more he do it, is the more they coming against him, the more talking about how evil they is, and all, like, oh, the one of them hostages they released, she started to talk about how kind Hamas was to her, some older lady.
Yep.
How kind Hamas was to her, and they came and they checked on her every day. And there's like, they had to stop showing that interview of her because it's hurting Netanyahu and what he's saying.
Yeah.
So like
remember, this is a woman that had to spend over a year underground.
Right.
Yeah.
That's hell in itself. You come out from under that hole a year later and you thanking your slave masters. That ain't a good look.
That ain't a good look at all. You know what I mean? So that's for sure. Everybody definitely wants that interview. Come on, I think it's on Tazariak's page. You know what I mean? Answer, an excellent lecture too. I definitely had it for sure. Big up that too.
Most correct.
Like, you might have to do a part 2 on that one, sir.
Most correct.
That's where all that anxiety, like you say, and the depression and the suicidal thoughts is coming from, all that shit. It's like a big like an overlap with everything that's accessible on the internet. And them Saudis done bought one of the biggest video game producers last week for $55 billion. Electronic Arts. So they going into the mind control themselves.
Yeah.
So
I didn't know that. I was first I'm hearing about that.
Yeah, it was a big $55 billion deal. The Saudis is the main ones, and then some company that Jared Kushner created is part of the deal as well. And they bought EA Sports. That's a famous game, and they do NBA 2K Live, all the games that people, the sports games. Most of the brothers play and sisters play. They're a huge gaming company that produces games for like decades, all the way back to 98, 99. They have each year they have an installment of these games. Last week, they penned a $55 billion deal headed up by the Saudi Arabians.
Now there's no way that could just be for a video game.
That's right. Nope.
That shit is for ownership of the minds of the people playing.
Yep.
So in essence, America is selling off part of the brain power of American citizens. I tell you, this thing is a fire sale.
Yeah.
They giving this thing away for 10 cents on the dollar. You would have never been able to do that 3-4 years ago.
Right.
Even TikTok couldn't do it. When TikTok tried to get into the market and independently push their algorithm, the U.S. said, "Oh, hell no. You ain't coming in here owning some of the mindset of the American people." But now that they in desperation, and they got a good salesman in the White House.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
For lock it, sir.
Please.
And it's so heavy you brought that out. I used to hear a lot of people say you got to keep an open mind. And then right after that, they came up with open AI.
Damn.
And it's just like you said, General, it's a battleground, and it's something that we have to keep. We have to make sure that we focus on, what I'm saying? We got to walk the narrow path. You know what I'm saying? So it's just so heavy that lecture that you brought out, and it's important for all of Israel to pay attention to, because there's definitely, an undermining agenda to try to get us, to control how we think and be able to, label our thought patterns.
Yeah.
Like they do little things. I know, like even with everything going on with these troops in Louisiana, they had a poll. I seen it on, I think it might've been on Facebook. I should have screenshotted it, but it was like, they're asking, okay, what is it that you cannot go without? Like they basically had a poll, like, when do you believe society will break down? When you run out of gas, when you run out of it? Like they're polling they're getting people to interact about basically saying, okay, what is it that you believe that you just, at this point, you just go off the deep end? And people are saying, okay, we can't, I mean, that is very interactive. It's like you're working for them. They'll be able to poll, you know what I'm saying? So how can we deal with society? Because they really don't know what to make society tick on some level. They're trying to say, we could do this could go this way. So let's just take a poll and see, what is it that you can't live without?
Yep. And they can't understand, Jake. Israel, period, it has a mindset different than any other nation. And they desperately want to understand, you know, how to move and control and handle it. Like they ain't building computer systems so powerful that you need this equivalent of an entire city's electricity grid just to make it work. I mean, the computing power that must be inside these computers to try to figure out what Jake is thinking and trying to think it out ahead of time is just ridiculous. The amount and size and scope and scale that they trying to attempt to understand the spirituality of Israel. You probably don't have no idea how Israel survived through all of this. And why, like you brought out, so many ways they try to wipe us out, yet can't. They probably trying their best to try and figure it out because crack didn't work, heroin didn't work, race riots didn't work, Christianity didn't work, Islam didn't work, brutality didn't work, starvation didn't work, drug addiction didn't work. There was a lot of attempts, man, to get a hold of this thing, and none seem to have been successful. And now they say, well, let's try to tap into the mind of them, and maybe that way we can figure out what the hell they're made of. They just don't understand that we connected to the Most High.
Yes, sir.
They want to sever that connection, but you can't sever the connection of the Lord. That's like a foolish man's idea.
Because you know what I mean, what you're saying is so heavy, sir, because you know what I mean, to the oppressor, you know what I mean, like, you know, thank Lord for, you know what I mean, for the Bible and for the UPK, you know what I mean, you get to realize, you get to understand the oppressor and how carnal he thinks, because he looks, you know what I mean, at numbers, you know what I mean, you know what I mean, his statistics is all about numbers, you know what I mean, and he looks and see that his people, his woman, you know what I mean, no matter how they tried, cannot reproduce to the extent of, you know what I mean, Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indian. Even though, you know what I mean, they you know what I mean, what they're doing to try to stop our women or men, you know what I mean, from, you know what I mean, having babies. And it's, you know what I mean, it's the numbers is still, you know what I mean, the ratio is still higher than their women. You know what I mean? So now,
I forgot to add that to the list. Abortion. Go ahead. It's a lot.
Come on. And they always been, you know what I mean, like banked on the numbers. Like every time is the same thing with, you know what I mean, you could always, you know what I mean, draw it back to the Palestine and the Israelis. Like the Palestinians was having tons of babies, tons of kids. Israelis wasn't. And they know it was just a matter of time for these people, you know what I mean, that they will rise up and have, you know what I mean, ton more than them. So they do a numbers check. It's the same thing they do with black people here in America and in the Caribbean. They do a numbers check, and before you know it, if you know what I mean, their numbers, you know what I mean, is off. There is some preemptive, you know what I mean, way of them trying to stop it from going. You know what I mean? And as they say, the gaming, and you know what I mean, they can't sever that link with the Lord. So guess what's going to happen? That same game they're trying to use on us is the same game that's going to destroy their own kids. You understand? The same game. They're going to destroy their own kids with that game. Because all the kids gonna be doing is playing games whole day. You pull the games from them, and boy, little Tommy, he's going for the axe.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Little Tommy is going for, you know, the Tommy for mommy. Because mommy done unplug the matrix, and he's gonna go buck crazy.
The Tommy gun.
Yeah. He going for the little Tommy. You know what I mean? to let mommy and them know, don't mess with his game. That's the whole gaming thing will go right back on the face.
And Cap, you know that
You know what I
happening
mean?
already. You know that happening
Mm.
already. There's stories of them, and these is not kids that doing it. These is adults that putting down the, you know, he's 40 something or 50 something. He done put down his mother who's 70 something that he been living with forever.
Mm.
It's happening all over. It's there. You could go check it out. It's starting to happen already. So
Right.
what he's doing is
good.
in motion.
It's a lot. Like if I could just say one thing, Cap, and double down on what Captain Doc said, like that's they had one person. This cat, his girlfriend, he got into it with his girlfriend, and I guess he had so many hours he can put up on the game, like it's like a storage, like he built like a profile. I'm not too familiar with it, but it's like, I guess, like once you beat so many levels, you have like a profile where everybody know you in the streaming world or whatnot. And she deleted it. And this dude here went crazy. I mean, I guess somehow she went, she went on there. I guess she went on there and deleted it, man. And I mean, you'd have thought somebody died. The way he was crying and screaming. I think they did the same thing with the Pokemon challenge. I mean, it's like this digital thing here. It's heavy that the general brought it out because they trying to hack the Holy Spirit. They're really trying to get into the mind. You know what I'm saying? Because the like the Bible says, the who can know the heart.
Yeah.
It's almost like they treat it like space, like the final frontier. Can we conquer? Can we disconnect the neurons, or can we rewire it? I was watching a movie. Oh, that movie was so heavy. Soccer War made me think about this movie, The Manchurian Candidate, with Denzel Washington.
Yeah.
And when they had them soldiers, they had trained their mind, they put a bug in them and things like that. But it was a part of that when he was trying to convince the candidate that he'd been brainwashed, the candidate didn't want to hear it. He's like, okay. He said, life is bizarre. And then Denzel said, well, what part? I mean, it was so heavy because it's like, okay, if you're going to simplify, some parts of life is simple. But he said it's bizarre, and Denzel said, what part? And he paused. Like, it's something they're trying. It's like a mad scientist that we're dealing with.
Right.
Yeah.
Like out of a Frankenstein movie.
Yeah.
And like,
it's like,
yes, sir.
Go ahead.
No, I mean to cut you off, sir.
Okay. Oh, Salaki. It's like, you know what it's like? It's crazy. It's like you build a calculator and you calculating all the calculations you can. And from them calculations, you seeing, well, we can make more money this way. Based on these numbers, we can outsmart them this way. And the calculator gets more sophisticated and gives you more ways to rob them. And you robbing and stealing and pillaging, and the calculator keeps on giving you more and more. And then the calculator eventually tells you to be in the computer, says, now we can just hack the Holy Spirit from them. We can steal that too. Now you go too far, and the calculator runs into the ultimate calculator, the Most High. So in essence, like you mentioned earlier, is almost like a two-edged sword to him. It makes him more sophisticated. It makes him able to do more and calculate more that he can gain until it calculates what is impossible to gain.
Right.
And that's when he begins to destroy himself. So the computer has been a benefit tremendously for. He benefited from it and did so much and went into space and dug in the depth of the ocean and built weapons that unimaginable to other people and did so much with society, all by calculating the numbers and statistics and the probabilities on these computers. And then decided he had to also calculate a way to steal the connection between the Lord to gain full power and authority.
Yeah.
And now that he's going to attempt to do that, now he's going to destroy himself. So the calculator been a damn blessing and a curse at the same time to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn right.
If I could, sir.
Please.
Salaki, sir, I just wanted to shout you out again for that lecture. If for everybody who hasn't watched it yet, there's a part where you broke down the importance of the dinner table in the
Most
household.
times.
Yeah.
And that part was mind blowing. I sat there and I was, you know me, I got to stand up and pause it and pace back and forth and think about what she just said. I found myself pacing like, damn, that's heavy. I never saw it from that angle of how important that dinner table is. He even broke down the seating arrangement where the man sits at the head of the table. I mean,
Right.
and it was a real heavy point. And I just
you watch your father at the head of the table for 18 years. There's no question in your mind at the end of the day.
Right. Oh, God.
You don't have to, like, brothers got to fight for authority in their house. And the reason for that is because they done jacked us up where we ain't got, the father ain't defiant. The kids ain't even defiant as his kids in many cases. And Eve is not even defined as your Eve in many cases because she's a feminist and a dyke and a this and a that. And so the proper order is never defined.
Right.
When the eating at the dinner table was designed by us for us. Like our creations that would really matter in human nature and in our social skills has just been stomped on as insignificant and small. And them things was big, like you bring it out.
Yeah.
And some of those things are ways for us, just ways for us to try to get back to who we are. I mean, this man has gotten so far into our brain that he literally is in your bedroom stopping you from dealing with your woman.
Right. Right.
Now that's some real evil, diabolical shit. Excuse my French. You get inside the house and stop somebody from being able to have sex. Instead, they plugged into you.
Yeah.
And that's why you can sell a video game for $55 billion.
Yeah.
Because you not just selling a game that a person presses buttons on. You selling the ability to control the sex life of humans.
Yeah.
Like, that's another level of wicked and evil. And once again, the calculator, that computer, have calculated to him that we could control everything if we computed enough that we get the statistics down and execute all manner of evil on the computer. We'll own their soul.
Yep.
But there's always an error. Scripture said, he that is the highest shall regard it. You know what I'm saying? I yield. So I got the water for the compliment too.
In general, if I could too, like that company they bought is so long standing, probably all the way back to the early 1990s. They done it's damn near like they have their own social media platform almost in the gaming world. So they done have data points on you because like the story I forget who, I think it was Kahano on that was bringing out about the sister who deleted the guy's games and he lost it. That's a viral video everybody know. He lost it because that's like his life. It's like somebody stole his identity.
Wow.
But the games are designed now, they're very modern. It's not like games in prior where okay, you could tell this is a fantasy world as Mario or Atari game, something in space. It's so tied to your life where the avatar you make it look like you. Some of them you upload your own picture and it AI a character to match you. So you play in the Grand Theft Auto or the Call of Duty and it's you on there. Your height, your weight, your stats, and everything is so intertwined with the human world where the cars you're able to get in there is a car you would buy if you had the money in real life.
Wow.
You will go. So damn near when that gets deleted, it's damn near like that's your life. So, but they have them data points on you. They have them data points on you. And they could build a network because you're talking to other people on there too. So they're monitoring your whole network.
Wow.
So it ain't just a game. This is like a case study. It's like damn near like buying an FBI file on all the gamers. You know what I mean? It's because it's so so much of yourself is put into it. You know what I mean? Like the game is super big. That's why they're able to spend $55 billion on the shit. I know what they're going to make in the next year.
God. Wow. It sounds like it's a alternative world where you get to do
what you would not do in a normal world.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like
And they get to monitor it and say, see, this is probably what he and those like him will eventually or could eventually do.
Mm-hmm.
And if I could, I've even seen it. I even seen players describe it as they feel like God when they play in the game.
Hey,
it empowers.
Said that.
Yeah, I watched because I watch this one game. It's called Age of Empires. It's like a little army game that people they build a society, they get their army and they fight. And it's a lot of devils mainly playing it. And it's its own world. It's got its own language. They got its own stats, the way everything runs, and they get so deep into it where they know more about the game than they know in real life.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I've heard them describe it. Said, you know, they feel like God when they playing because they're winning, they're dominating, they're beating other players. You know, they're outsmarting people. So they're just getting this great feeling, this great high from the game. And you know, once they give you that feeling, you know, now you're hooked. You know what I mean? And once you get hooked, you know, they can bring new game in, take the game offline for a little while, put it back on, and they just kind of control your existence. They have you buying upgrades, paying for the new pieces, going to tournaments, you know, online tournaments, you know, making new big games, 50 on 50, you know, 100 on 100. And this is real players in real time. You know, you're talking 50 people, you know, playing the game together at once, schedule a game together. So it becomes its own world, you know.
And to lock it, if I could, I'm on what Captain Kaposh said. I'm familiar with that. I used to play that game years back, and that game there, they had made that game so advanced that they had made it where you can go different ages, and then you can also rewrite history. You can play that game like almost like if Hitler would have won. Like what if Caesar wouldn't have got assassinated? You can play that game, Age of Empire. I think it was that one. It was another spin-off one, but it's definitely like you said. It's a strategic game, but you can get sucked into it. Like just exactly what Captain Mashak said. Like it can, you know, like you said in your lecture, it's in our nature to want to conquer and dominate and be. You know what I'm saying? So when you once again you start taking over this empire and take over the empire, it become your identity.
Yeah.
After a while, it can consume you. So I remember that game, Captain Kappa. I just wanted to say that. So like, I yield.
And general also too, like, oh, I think you alluded to it in the lecture too, where it's down there like simultaneously they decay the standard of life we have, because the lifestyle, the modern lifestyle, is so void of things for a man, mainly because that's the bulk of your gamers. There's women who are gamers too, but the bulk of your gamers is men. The lifestyle in times past would give a man that fulfillment, that you go out and conquer, you know, building things with the hands and doing different things that would give him that carnal masculinity, that achievement. That's being taken away simultaneously while they're putting it in the virtual world. So you could just live in the virtual world and just never, ever, you know, you just come up for air and that's it. Like everything is there. You know, some of them, they play the games for the money, so you could make the money on there, the Bitcoin. You really don't have to leave your house for nothing. You could order on Amazon right there. Everything. Like you go watch. That's why they stream them. They have them on what's it? That Twitch, the Twitch platform. Is a lot of them streaming themselves playing. And if you watch that, he on there 24/7.
Yeah.
You don't have to leave. You don't have to do anything, because this is a world he built. He contributed to. He created. There's conflict there. You know, fight somebody. Same game the brother's talking about. There's another version of it years ago. It's called Forge of Empires, where you building your own land, and while you step away to go to slave, somebody else could come and raid and steal your crops.
Damn.
Yeah.
Army and train the army up and put, you know, horsemen to defend your crops, because you're really building like a village into a nation. And they've been studying all of that. They're studying like all them games they've played before with the fighter jet. I have no doubt that all that lead into the drones that they be flying, because it's a video game.
That's right.
You know, you
That's
ain't got
right.
the pilot, you just got somebody there who's skilled in this video game and they fly the drone. So it's definitely getting hit from all sides and all angles.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And it's for sure robbing us all the way. So like you lost the general?
I don't see him on the screen. Salaki, sir.
He gonna definitely come back on.
So like if I could too, Cap.
Yep.
If I could touch on what you're saying, like that's so right with the drones and things like that. And that's why that lecture is so powerful, because like it teaches us to build. You don't have to, you can build the world, you can build the kingdom of heaven outside of virtual reality. It could be your the Lord has given us a cheat code to break through all of this. Like the Lord, you know what I'm saying? Like we don't have to be on, like imagine you building that online. Imagine what you can build in real life if you serve the Lord. Like the same people you building an online kingdom with people that you don't even know. And you working together, you can do that in real life. You know what I'm saying? You can do that real life if you serve the Lord. We can build we can build that world. But we don't have to do it. The thing about it, you build it in virtual reality, he can unplug it or hack it or do whatever he want to do. And he taking your strategies as well. There's some brilliant thinkers it's some child prodigies on some of these games. I'm gonna keep it real. Some of these kids, they play these games and the way they strategize is shocking to some of them. And a lot of them is Israelites, especially from the tribe of Issachar. They on there. I mean, they be like, damn, them white boys be like, damn, how they winning this? Because they able to know how to move. They know how to strategize. And so they taking those it's all a data collection. So they saying, okay, we'll do it like this, we'll do it like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's just so heavy that, you know what I'm saying, that that came out. And I think that's warranted for further discussion in Israel, what you said, General, bringing that out, because it's something that we definitely got to pay into, and it's under the microscope now. You know what I'm saying, that you brought that out, sir. So like I yield.
So like, sir, if I may,
please.
Couple concepts, like you was bringing down the lecture, sir. Like the oppressor has, like Kamashak was saying, referencing the lecture, he has simultaneously destroyed our reality and our self-esteem, and then given us this false reality. And I just remember being a teenager, being 12, 13. And I remember I was so enamored with this game called The Sims. It wasn't strategic like the other ones. It was you can create your own person and you can build a house and like you can go to work. And I remember it was such an escape for me. It's like I'd rather live in that reality because everything else around me was hell. And it was like it got to the point where I couldn't wait to get home just to dive into this reality and put all my brain power and my emotion into perfectly curating this reality. But out in the real reality, now I'm neglecting real duties and real responsibilities, not doing homework, not doing my chores. And it's like Esau is so diabolical because he creates that strong desire and need for friendship and companionship. And like you said, you can meet people online and you avoid going out and meeting actual kids that's outside to now meet people online that you don't even know who you are. So it's like he's so evil for doing it. And I just remember that in that point in time in my life, that was like it was an escape for me. It was like a strong escape, me going and jumping onto the Sims and be like, okay, I can sit. I'm on a damn game looking at the sunset on the game. It was sick. It's a lot.
That's crazy. And you just showed me something else in it, Kazak, that's heavy. In essence, that computer is a way for you to cope with being in slavery.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, because you can build in that world, which makes you harmless to Esau. In the virtual world, you'll be harmless to him.
Right.
You could build a mansion and have Rolls Royces and land and territory and crops and everything else, like y'all mentioned, and be absolutely no threat to him. Mm-hmm. Like that's why he created that game, to take our minds into being a comfortable slave, because we have an alternative world that's not a slave, not slavery, but that world really means nothing.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
So, and so as you're saying that too, it's more like, you know what I mean, if you're not a brother in the streets, then you had the brothers who in the books who really into, you know what I mean, might be into the games and all too. So he trying to, you know what I mean, cut all the corners necessary to, you know what I mean, try to, you know what I mean, suppress, you know what I mean, us as a people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I don't know why my mind go into it, sir. But you know how the so-called small hats, they went and bought TikTok. You know what I mean? From the so-called Chinese and them. You understand? My mind running on the fact that they actually give the Saudi Arabians a piece, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like open the door to them basically. To their treasure chest, basically. Because now there's a ton of data they're sitting on there and analyzing and learning about black people. Whoever on the game, they're learning about them.
Yeah.
They're in your bedroom, they're in your house now, learning about you, learning about what you like, what you don't like, what games you like, and all the, you know what I mean, they're all up in your world. I don't want my mind running on the fact that, you know what I mean, that something ain't sitting right with, you know what I mean, something is almost as if this is them to the Saudi Arabians saying, yo, I want you all in. I'm giving you a piece of my kingdom right here. I want you all in. You understand? Salaki, I don't mind, why am I running there on that?
You know, the games too, they especially like that sports one who the Saudis bought, you know, those games they report back to the different leagues and the organizations who they have the contract with. Let's say they make an NBA game, you have an NBA game. Well, your profile set up with your team and stuff, all that info, of course, they ask you to consent, but all that info could go back to the league, which means, like what Kahan was saying, they're taking your strategies the same way. They have the AI filtering everybody to see how realistic it is if you set up this formation here or whatever it is, and it goes back. So they're for sure collecting all the data, they're doing everything. And it's a huge part of it. Like I remember there's a famous picture of LeBron traveling on the road to play, and he carrying the PlayStation in his hand. Like he's on the road going to play games. And it's long ago. But not strange to see the whole console in a man's suitcase or him carrying it as he's going, because once he's finished that thing there, it's the, you know, it's back to the reality then, or back to the real life of it. So it's a rough game they're taking on us. It's definitely a rough game they're taking us for. You know, taking advantage of the fact that we don't have certain things that would make us not fall into this thing. You know what I mean? We don't have a piece of it. We don't have a piece of that game and empire, even though we done contributed down there in all the sports. All the covers of all the games every year they bring it out is usually some Israelite on the cover that they're using to sell it.
That's right.
I mean, we done made them money. You would think by now there's some kind of, you know, black gaming industry. Even some of these games, I think one of them Nintendos or one of them, it was a brother who invented
Atari.
it. Is he Atari?
I think so.
Yeah, that's, you know, I think it's a brother who invented the thing. But we on the outside, but we contributing so much to their empire in that game, and it's like a total alternate reality. It's a total alternate reality right now for sure in the world. You know what I mean? Not to mention the kids' games. You know, these kids have some games in this world and that world in there, and it's like they're creating a whole subculture. You down there sit down with them kids and talk to them and, okay, explain this to me. What does this mean? And what does that one mean? And what does this mean? And like, see how, even if you understand it, you got to see how they understand it.
That's right.
Like, you got to see how they internalize in that whole thing, because you could understand it one way. They're understanding something totally different and acting on that. And it could be, you know, super dangerous. What do you think? So it was for sure a timely topic and timely lecture. I think you come up with that lecture at the right time. So.
Yes, sir.
At the right time, you know what I mean? Like it was really time. I was like, damn, they do this deal the same week the General had the lecture.
God. And if I could say one last thing, if I could, but what you bring out is heavy with the lecture, because basically brothers got to get rescued from the games.
Yeah.
Like brothers got to get rescued. And like because I was saying, like when I was a child, I had a game system that was becoming my life too. All my friends would come over, I whoop them in the game. I remember one time, one of the last times before the game got stolen and basically rescued me from just being about the game. I was just sitting playing one game called True Crime, and it's a city you could drive around. It's like Grand Theft Auto, and I was just driving on the highway, like a car, just driving. And just driving, you know. And then eventually the game got stolen from my house, and it like rescued me from being a gamer that's just into games, all games. You know what I mean? So brothers got to get like rescued from it, like how you was doing in the lecture. Like if it just gets ignored, that dude will just game on. He'll just game on. Somebody got to come and be like, "Hey, bro, get off the game. It's time to go handle some business. It's time to do some other things, because otherwise he'll just be on that game. The game got
you just sucked in, and we still don't know the extent of what is in the game. You know what I mean? Like we watching the game and we playing the game, but what else is coming on that screen that you can't see?
Right.
You know what I mean? They've long time said how they have the skills and abilities where they are able to, you know, do something that causes the flash things on the screen that the eyes can't see.
Right.
So, you know what I mean? Like somebody mentioned earlier, that game, that movie, They Live, where they put on these glasses and able to see what the normal eye couldn't see, that they were really invaded with aliens.
Right.
And they come up against you. What the reality is that the aliens was Esau. And the people that needed the glasses to see them was us. And the glasses that they needed was the scriptures.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's right.
Like that's what was needed.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
So like what you know, I think the sister had a question here on the topic. Princess of the Most High says, Salakia, I have a question. I used to play, but I gave up my PS5 when I was playing Call of Duty. I was committing murder like just the thought, realizing I am doing this to everybody. She said, like just the thought or what I was doing was wrong. That she's asking if, you know, the actions in the game meant that she was wrong.
Well, if I could, that it's a game, so you're not wrong for playing the game. There's nothing wrong with playing the game. That I think that's the point, that you're gonna do things in the game that you otherwise would not do in real life. But the thing to watch out for is that game desensitizing you to human life. That's the thing I think is the danger. Like, because you keep doing so much killing in this game, and you think about it, if it's a video game and you playing it every day and you killing 10, 15 people a day, every day, you know, man, we talking 50, 60 simulated killings every week. That is a lot of killing. And in a month's time, we talking 250 killings a month in virtual reality. I can't see how you could not lose a piece of your humanity, lose a piece of the seriousness of taking somebody's life after doing it. And you do that for 6 or 7 months. We're talking about millions of killings, simulated killings. I could see how people's whole character could change. How you could have an inflated feeling of being a killer, being dangerous, being vicious when you may have never even held a gun. I can see how you could become a person that is super duper less empathetic to the life of other people because you done took 1 million lives by yourself in virtual reality. I can see how you become, a selfish person because now you're in a game where 1 million people tried to kill you.
Right.
And you had to kill all of them. There's no way you're not going to become a person who has no empathy for human beings, but is in a hyper sense of survival, which leads you to a less societal person. You know what I mean? If everybody in society had killed 1 million people, there's no way we would be able to interact with each other. We'd be looking at everybody like, are they a potential one of the million I got to kill this year?
Right.
So now what kind of human being are you? So while you coming out of the game, you now a human being that is changed. You didn't change from the person you was, which is exactly what happens, like we talked about with the pornography. If you've had some sort of sex in a virtual world, even if it's once a day, twice a day, and eventually you could have so much more sex in the virtual world than you could in the physical world with so much less work, so much less effort, zero rejection.
Right.
So eventually you become a person who could only be stimulated by pornography. I would think that would venture to say the same happens to those games where you got to do so much killing. And it would do the same, make you different.
Right.
But it was extremely strong and powerful of you, sister, to be able to see it and realize that it was stealing some of your humanity, and to now say, "Ooh, let me pull back. I'm gonna get off of this because this feels not like who I am." The problem is that those games so gradually pull you out of who you really are. Take away your morals. Once again, why the Bible's so important to us, because with the Bible, you'll do things in the game that are not moral in real life, according to the scriptures, and it's supposed to make you say, "Let me ease up off of this because this is not the right character for me to be in," and that could pull you out, and is why the scriptures are so important. Otherwise, you'll go in and become a whole nother person. It's brainwashing. It's definitely a tool of brainwashing. Now that you brought that part out, Salaki, I yield. Damn right.
Salaki, if I could, General, that point about the dating, that's the next phase. I think Esau is seeing the whole battle of the sexes thing. They got something called AI girlfriends now. Where the girlfriends do whatever, it's some brothers that out there who probably having trouble dating, they gonna just get an AI girlfriend, and things like that.
Listen, that's so heavy out because you know what's definitely coming next that is going to be too close to the real world, but be fake. And that's that robot.
Yeah.
Like now your game is not on a screen.
Yep.
The game is fully interactive with humanity. Now instead of you watching a screen, watching somebody have sex, you're gonna actually feel the full effect of the robot, which in essence is the same.
Right.
That robot is the same as watching a porno movie. The only difference is the robot is in 3D.
Right.
You're gonna watch a porno movie in 3D with a 3D robot. Like, Lord help the woman after they come out with those.
Okay.
Like she gonna probably have to get one too. They got probably got to come out with a man, same as they come out with the woman, because she going there too, and she really gonna go there because She gets to get, just the kind of man she wants. She can make him submissive. She can make him gay. She can make him put on a dress. There'll be no limit to, whatever she desires at the time. So you trying to hold on to your masculinity to get her, boy, that's gonna be hard to do. Because the robot gonna do what she wanted him to do. Just the way she wanted him to do it. Over and over and over again. Without any reality.
Right.
Without any pushback. Any argument.
And Salaka, General, if I could, sir.
Yep.
And I think that once again, that lecture, it warrants a whole discussion on, for those who definitely who haven't seen the lecture, definitely they should check it out, because that whole thing about the human behavior, even going back to the mind, I think I look at a lot of these you got these people that deal with technology, and some of them even say that they look at our life, they're so intertwined with technology that they believe we are living in an actual simulation. So they comparing, actual reality to the virtual reality and trying to understand human behavior. So I think that, like I said, once again, it just, you being the vanguard in this truth and seeing things that a lot of brothers and sisters don't see, that once again, now we should, you just opened up a door that we should definitely explore more in how this thing is affecting our people, and having further discussions, about this. So I just want to say the water to you, General, for that. So like I yield.
And most on Christ. And it's heavy. Like the Lord put bridles on us so that we won't be taking on like the law, statutes, and commandments that's given to us, is so that we won't be unbridled like you are in a video game.
Right.
Like in a video game, there's nothing holding you back. You could be a rapist, a murderer, a sociopath, or a mechanic, whatever you're feeling. So now your impulses and emotions no longer get bridled by your conscience.
Right.
Because you're in a world that conscience is not necessary, because it's not a real world.
Yeah.
So now you let your conscience run wild, which any conscience running wild always lead back to evil. Otherwise, the Lord wouldn't make any laws so that you don't go into the evil.
Right.
What would be the point?
Right. Yeah, it definitely go into a place where down there all the sci-fi shit is real now. Because even I don't know if you saw Zuckerberg did he released them glasses, the Meta glasses, and it comes with a little wristband, and you don't need a phone anymore. The glasses is going to show who's calling, and just by moving your hands, because the wristband goes around your wrist and it's sensitive to the cords that move your fingers. So if you just do this or push it away or whatever, you controlling the whole thing, and you're seeing it on your through the glasses, but nobody else could see it. No one else could see it. You could type up a document, but nobody else could see it. They'll see it right there in the glasses. And then the next step is integrating it into your actual mind, where you watch anything in your eyeball. You could switch. But I think last week or the week before, he came out with the glasses, and he was explaining the whole thing, how this wristband is tied to the cords and the carpals. It feels the carpals, so you moving your finger is going to translate to the device, and you could control everything right there. Like I'm like Minority Report, like how he was just moving shit in the air. It's like that, but nobody else could see what you see it, which means you could just be sitting down there. You know how you scroll with your thumb? You could just be that, and you scrolling, and the scrolling is happening in these glasses. You could see it. Nobody else could see it. And let's say somebody come to talk to you, you could move it away, and now you see them. Like, he showed the whole thing. Like it's heading somewhere down there. It's almost like the whole movie, The Matrix, the vision the sister had, where they were just plugged into something.
That's right.
Their body's there, but their mind somewhere else is down there. Like she probably done seen, the Lord probably done gave her that vision to even put it in the book for, to describe it. Like that's where it headed. You can see that's where it headed, because they had the VR glasses, the virtual reality glasses. When you put that shit on and you all the way in the game, you don't need a controller. You walking and doing whatever. Like it's going to the point where they're gonna try to integrate this thing with your human body. So now there'll be no separation between the world and the virtual reality. In fact, the virtual reality will be the reality.
Right.
You know what I mean? And the world will be like, it'll be the difference between a old school car with carburetors and everything, and then this, the new electric vehicle. It's going to be so stark of a difference. Because they're already gradually walking you into that direction. When I saw that thing there with the glasses, I was like, boy, it ain't going to be long before this thing is in your eyeball.
It's a lock. If I could, Cap, you made me think about something. That sister, Sophia Stewart, I had crazy because when I was in the world, I had a chance to talk to her.
Right.
And when I was in college, but she said something that was heavy. She was talking about, because when she actually said she wrote the Terminator and wrote the Matrix,
right?
But they were supposed to be one movie.
Damn.
Like the Terminator was like the robotics age was the beginning, and it morphed into the digital age. And she was talking. The whole thing was talking about where it was going as far as in this this sci-fi or this.
You there?
Yeah, I think something may have fell from him, so I think he's grabbing it up now.
Oh, okay.
So, can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you now.
Okay, so I was saying that thing with as far as her explaining the movie, because I was asking her about that, and it was a time when she was really tough. She had a lawsuit against them them Jewish people that got that movie, or they said it stole her script. But
Yeah.
I remember, in college just asking her, because I was intrigued by, by it, and definitely had some blackness, to it and things like that. And she was, wrote some nice books or whatnot. So, but I remember her saying that there was supposed to be one movie, and it was like a trilogy. It's like a series, like going from, and John Connor was like supposed to be like a Christ.
Yes, he was.
Like he was supposed to be, and she wanted him to be played by a black man.
Yeah.
So it makes me think that somehow she might have heard the truth. You know what I'm saying? Of course, I didn't know the truth at that time, but now in hindsight, Neo being Christ, it seemed, which is John Connor, which seems like, you know what I'm saying? She, who knows? The Lord might have gave that sister a vision, but it's just heavy that we are at this point in the digital age of what's going on, and going from the robotics age to now to the digital age. Racism is when digital, basically.
Yeah.
So I yield.
Yeah.
And
go ahead, Cat.
No, just gonna add to what comment on what everybody's saying too. It's had me sitting on here thinking too, like Esau, he always, he trying to. I think you said it, come on, Yahanna, where he trying to read your mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The phone, this phone right here. You just be, you might be on the internet, and all of a sudden you see advertisement pop up. Something you was, you might have seen, you was talking about, looking into, and all of a sudden it pop up on your phone.
Yeah.
Like he always trying to, like he trying to figure out what is these black people thinking.
Right.
What are they trying to take us over? What are they trying to do? Is your phone, whatever electronics, he want to make sure he know where you at, because now, it gets into the point, you leaving or coming into America, They say they could ask you for your phone. They want to see you. You know what I mean? What social media you're on, what you're doing. You know what I mean? The whole works. They want to know.
Yeah.
You understand? They want to know like now it's coming to the point where everybody will have a digital footprint. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? And they'll be able to tell what type of person you are based on a digital footprint. You understand? And who knows if he wants to take it there where he know where you are 24 hours. You know what you're doing, what you're thinking. You know what I mean? What type of, you know what I mean, what to put in front of your face. You know what I mean? To have you, you know what I mean, make you buy. You know what I mean? Or, you know what I mean? Just get you. You know what I mean? Salakia, you know what I mean? I was just, you know what I mean, thinking about that Salakia. I yield.
Good point. You know what I mean? Like they say they wanna know, you know, they got so many hundreds of data points, they call it.
Yeah.
Where they, you know, trying to figure out the whole human nature of a person. You know, the whole way their brain calculates. So that they could steal more. The more they know, the more they could rob you. The more they can make things for you to have to be dependent on. The more they can control your every thought. It's damn near like a manipulation tool. Like the more you know about the person, the more you can manipulate their thoughts and ideas to be in, you know, somewhere else.
Yeah.
Answer.
Which is, you know, it's just so damn evil. It's unbelievable. You know what I'm saying? But that's the reality. You know what I'm saying? That's the reality.
Crazy.
And they you know, they're doing away with all your documents and stuff. No, the passport is going to be your face. They're getting ready to integrate that biometrics. They already started to do it, I think, just after the COVID, where certain airlines was testing it out, where when you check in at the front desk, they check in, but when you go up to board the plane, you know, you usually would have to show your passport or ID. They had these things scanning your face right there.
Wow.
They want to transfer that whole thing over to that now. So there's no need for a passport. They want to do away with the stamps now. They're doing away with the stamps. I think they were trying to get you some barcode. So, you know, you had stamps in your passport. Now they want to move to do away with that, and just everything is electronic. You know, people are worried, scared because somebody could just delete your file. that's just that.
Yeah.
They go in that whole thing.
God, no, you're right. Like some sister was on the internet saying how they stripped her of her security clearance, and she don't understand how, and they don't even have her in the database no more.
Wow.
And she don't understand how. Where it's supposed to be super secure, and they investigating her to see whether or not she's a terrorist.
Wow.
And she was the one bringing out a ton of information about, you know, the different things that the military can do electronically. And she was making tapes about it, you know, mainly for Jake on what they getting ready to try to do. And all of a sudden, all her information gets deleted. And that's what they want. That's one reason they want it. And the other reason is because they're such a thief and they know that everybody else is such a thief that it helps them to be able to, you know, helps them to be able to not allow you to steal. You know what I mean? They can avoid you stealing anything that you would normally want to steal.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, man.
And if I could, they already as far as the personalities and stuff, they call it an MBTI, or you know, where they basically chart personalities, and they feel they got it down to about 16 personalities. And they got a guy on YouTube who has a whole YouTube channel on it, and he goes out in the streets. He talks to people for a minute, and then he starts telling them about themselves. They'll be thinking he's a psychic or something, but he's just very studied in the chart. And he'll start telling people about him, like, oh, you like to procrastinate, but if people tell you what to do, then it makes you procrastinate even more. Or blah 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 blah. You're this type of person, and they be blown away on the street. So they kind of got that already down packed. But the thing they don't have down packed is the spirit of the Lord.
Right.
That's one thing that they that keeps it like, dang, we don't have everything, because
That's right.
if they put that on us, they'd be like, damn, these dudes don't even fit in our chart. So, when it comes to us, a lot of it don't fit, especially when it comes to children of Israel. A lot of stuff they put together, sometimes it don't fit, it don't click perfectly, and they don't understand it, and it keeps them going.
So, like, if I could go off what Cap Kapah said, that's one thing. They so carnal, they don't understand the spirit. Like that's the wild card with Esau. Like, he's carnal. He's Esau. He ain't Jacob.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? That's one thing that he cannot map. He can't map the spirit. And that's the Bible said the spirit quickeneth the flesh. So all he understands is from a flesh level. You know what I'm saying? So that's why he can like human behavior, there's a pattern, there's pattern recognition, but then there's also the spiritual level to it. And he cannot, you know what I'm saying? That's one thing that he struggle with. It's like, damn, what make these people, like continue to go on? What is it, where's their insight? Where's their source? You know what I'm saying? They want to find the source, and they know they fear us because they know that we're connected to the Most High. They know that. The ones that's in power know that. So it's like we have to find a way to disconnect. Like the general brought out, that virtual reality, that internet, and they even got a term they say the internet is undefeated. A lot of I hear a lot of people say the internet, well, it's only one that's gonna be undefeated. Be one in the end. The Lord he gonna log a lot of stuff off. He gonna unplug it. You know what I'm saying? And it's gonna be game over. So like a year.
Right.
So like, if I could, backing off of what Captain Kahan and Captain Kapah brought out, I remember about 25 years ago when I was in school, it was a big deal that they had mapped out the human genome, right? It was like them understanding the DNA, like the DNA makeup of a human, right? On like a molecular level. And it seemed like since that time, so that was them trying to understand carnally, how does the body work? What makes a person? You know what I'm saying? And it seemed like they now tapping into, like Captain Kapah said, they got these personality markers, right? So they trying to understand the mind and what makes a person who they are. And what Captain Kahan just brought out, and that they can't, they had they got the project out there in France called CERN, right? They got this super hadron collider thing where they're trying to recreate the Big Bang and trying to get back to, they identify something in the physical world. They call it the God particle. It's like dark matter that can't be seen, but they know it's there and it's affecting and influencing, the physical world that we live in. And it's damn near like they want, like 2 Thessalonians, the 2nd chapter, the 4th verse says, like they want to oppose and exalt themselves above everything that's called God. Right. They want to get inside your mind and be the voice in your head. They want to be the reason why you go left or go right, or why you do the things that you do and don't do certain things. Like, and it seems like the children of Israel are the only ones on the earth that haven't been conquered. Commander General Yahanna brought out in that lecture was heavy, but there's places on the planet that's been conquered completely already. Over there in Asia and China and Japan, they got them folks' whole lives mapped out in the digital world. And they got access to all of they got what they call them social scores.
Yeah.
Social scores. You can't move through the society, can't catch the train, can't get on a bus or a plane without showing that you've perfectly assimilated and adapted yourself to the society. And when it comes to the video games and the pornography, it's an attack on us because it was already a part of our oppressor's nature. Just getting in that fantasy world. I remember when we was young, man, we used to make fun of cats that played Dungeons and Dragons and these little Pokemon card games because it was like, it was corny. That, as we've gotten older, I understand it's some cats in the anime, and that's that's the Japanese way of telling stories, and they ain't got no Hollywood. I get it, but when we was coming up, that was just kind of a weirdo. Are you dressing up like cartoon characters and running? We used to laugh at the cats that ran like the Naruto cartoon, but more and more as our people have been conforming to our oppressive society, we get tied into living that fantasy life, but that's not ever really something we was into. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We got to get back to the knowledge of the Most High and understanding who He called us to be, because that reality is greater than any fantasy our oppressor could sell us.
Yeah.
The reality of going like what Captain Kapash and them did, going out there on the streets and speaking down there in Haiti. That's how you conquer. That's how you become a man and exert yourself. That's how you change and transform the world. If I could, on a personal note, sir, I've related a lot to what you were bringing out in the lecture as far as the games giving you a sense of purpose. I ain't gonna lie, Salaki. A lot of brothers in Israel know me. I play that Madden football, Salaki. So I got to confess. I play that Madden football, and I'm the best at it. Can't nobody deal with me on it. But if I could, I absolutely am triggered in that sense of accomplishment when I beat somebody. And if I could explain it, some cats play chess, some cats play dominoes, and there's a strategy aspect to it. There's a figuring it out, and I can scheme and come up with a game plan that you can't match and you can't figure out what I'm doing, and it absolutely gives you a sense of conquering and dominating. And without the truth, that would be all that I had. It's like the truth allows you to actually get out of the video game in the virtual world and actually go do some conquering in real life. Go out and take that camp and stand on that corner and speak the words of the Lord and teach the truth. And without it, I couldn't imagine what my life would be like without it. But I can relate to brothers who play those games and get that feeling of, I was on that Call of Duty and I was shooting and I got the top score. And you spend your whole life trying to get the top score in the game and never getting the top score in life. And that's why our brothers and sisters desperately need the truth. And I thank the Most High for Commander General Yahanna and the generals and the captains and officers in the ISUPK, because it is the way for brothers and sisters to find that victory in real life and get out of that world that is oppressors trying to create for us.
Damn right. Can I say one thing? A soccer war, like ain't no shame in it. Like that, like that skill is what we need in the nation. Like people forget, when you look at David, it said that he was cunning at playing. You know what I'm saying? Like he was cunning at when he played. You know what I'm saying? So and as he became king, you know what I'm saying, that cunning went into warfare. To stratagem, you know what I'm saying, to undo his enemies and so forth. So that skill, the skill set, we may not. One thing about it is, like, when you look at the technology, these people, they can't predict the jobs of the future all the way, but they can predict the skill sets. And that skill set of being able to outwit an opponent, like Commander General Yahanna said all the time, you look at sports, it's like simulated warfare. And they just put that on a digital level. Us knowing how to outdo our enemy or outdo an opponent, that's a skill that can be not just valiant in virtual reality, but also in the real reality. So I just wanted to make that point. So like I yield.
That's heavy, and that's heavy what you just said. Soccer war was absolutely frightening for you to say. Without the truth, all I would have is this video game, which, if you relate that to millions and millions of the Lord's chosen people, then that means that we are already living in the matrix. Because if that's the case, what about the people that don't have the truth? That means all they have for accomplishments is the win in this game. Which means they, in essence, are not living a life at all. Their whole life is this game. Outside of that, there is no life, which is extremely frightening, because what if he just turns off the game?
Right.
You're going to wake up in hell. The people that don't have the truth. You're gonna wake up and realize not only that you have no longer having a goal to strive for, but you also have never had a goal that you were striving for.
Right.
In essence, you did less than you would normally do just as a normal person in the world and striving. Like, let's say in striving in this evil world, you accomplish, between 1 and 10, you accomplish a 5. Your life comes up to so-called 5. Well, by playing the game, you allow your life to stay on 1 while working this virtual game to be on 10.
Yeah.
And if he cut off that virtual game, you wake up, instead of you waking up at 5, you wake up at 1.
Yeah.
That's a nightmare. That's an absolute nightmare. So what you just brought out, that need to be made into a mini clip, because every brother and sister around the world that's ours, that belong to us, that belong to the Lord, needs to see that. I'm not saying stop playing video games or those things, but boy, we should be, like you brought out, we should be aware of what you're gonna put all your energy into.
Right.
And to keep an eye on it. That is a frightening reality you just brought out. It's like, that's scary. It's scary if you in the world, you're just afloat.
Gotcha.
You don't have nothing real to hold on to, nothing to build on. You just really build on this fake world because you can't build on a real world. And Lord knows if it's struggle, if anything in this world is tough to handle by a brother in the truth, meaning i.e. your wife, your kids, your job, bills, oppression, if any of that is difficult, and Lord knows some parts of it is very difficult, then how much more difficult is it for a brother or sister that's in the world that has no support system as the truth?
Right.
That even their very church is a predator on their neck. Like they in absolute hell trying to live in this fantasy world.
Yeah.
So it's be so easy to push you into that virtual world, which means you basically give up. And now I see why a person could go to work every day and work in the airport or work a regular job or work a menial job or work where they know they're being oppressed, shortchanged, and humiliated. You could do it if you could say to yourself, when I get out of here, I'm going to go jump into the virtual world. I'm going to be a badass. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to whoop ass in that world. Like that would keep you to, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that will get you to fight through 8 hours a day of, hot grease and, rude people and, almost no wages and watching injustice all fucking day.
Right.
And towards your coworkers and towards the very people that's coming into the business. Like you just going to see nothing but deprecation all around you until you get back home and you close the door and you plug into the game. Then, it's like you back to humanity.
Right.
That is absolutely frightening, even more frightening than I think I understood while doing the lecture.
And General, if I could too, like there's a whole other side to the gaming, because even the stuff that Saku will talk about, Kapash, Kahan, these was brothers who was good at it. There's a whole demographic that's not good at the gaming and not good at life, and they fall into that depression.
Wow.
The ones who just start yelling like you. There's video of them in the tournaments not doing well, and they break the TV up. I think one of them came back with a gun and shoot up some tournament because he not succeeded in life, and where he should be able to succeed, he's still not succeeding in the virtual reality.
Wow.
So now that leads to a whole ton of dysfunction and depression, and there's the whole depressed clique virtually. The whole emo, black, nail polish, black, that type of clique virtually, that is like a whole, like a whole subculture. You know what I mean?
Wow.
And once again, because the internet with these games, their profiles is connected and ESO know everybody. You're listening in. They're talking. You're talking through the internet, playing the game.
Amazing.
I mean, it's the whole is a serious network, but because it's a game, it's most times it'll pass. It wouldn't be taken as seriously. You know what I mean? It's a whole network that's intertwined with life right now because of this internet.
Wow.
Intertwined with life.
Salaki, sir. They said that one that unalived Charlie Kirk, he was a heavy gamer on that a game called Hell Diver or some game like that. They saying that he was he spent countless hours on that game. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, so that
I don't know what Hell Diver is, but you don't even need to explain. The name itself.
Going to hell.
Salaki, sir. If I could just add, it's really like a whole. It's a culture. There's a culture outside of the surface American. The culture. The gaming world is a whole world of itself. You know what I'm saying? And I can only speak on the sports. The football thing, but and I know cats. That's their life. Like their life exists on the game. Outside of it, I got a wife, but F her, and kids are stupid, and my job, I hate my boss, and everything is horrible. But when I get on here, I can win. I can level up. There's cats that pay money. The basketball game come out every 12 months, and there's cats that get that game, and the game costs $70. They put 120 in it to get their player up to level 85, so they can go in the gym and do push-ups and jump shots and crossovers, and they live for 11 months pouring money into a game that resets in the next August, and they got to start all over and pour money into it again. It's like I know cats that's their life. They don't go to the they don't go and buy new shoes, the new Jordans when they come out. They go buy digital Jordans. They kids is on Roblox and on Minecraft and these games, and they living on there. The kid wearing Payless shoes, but his character on the game is swagged out. And it's a whole culture, and a lot of people are sucked into it. And so for you to do, make that lecture and bring the awareness to our people that this is a trap. This is a planned and plotted and strategized, organized effort to suck you out of going for the real life win so that you can chase some fantasy win. You know what I mean? And the one thing I was thankful for, in the lecture, a lot of the problems that you were describing that some cats have, I Salaki, so I never had them problems. I do more than just play video games, Salaki. You know what I'm saying? But I do know cats that have those problems. Marriage is messed up. Cat knows women stepping out on them, but man, I don't even care. She just be mad I be on the game, and it's like, you ain't gonna get off the game to go deal with your woman. Are you crazy? Like there's cats that they live like that. She can go, as long as I got my game. As long as I can
which I guess it goes back to the same thing where with the porn. Like he don't care if she go because she ain't necessary, because the pornography is a good substitute for her.
Right.
So he don't care. So now her value just went down. Once the robot come, it's gonna be weird. Her in the house with the robot you having sex with.
That's crazy.
That's gonna feel weird. You're gonna not want her in the house because you know what I'm saying. The robot, the robot know how to talk sensual. You know what I'm saying?
They're gonna program it in. They're gonna program the whole in there because they tap everybody's phones. They know how to talk. Because Gerald, what you saying that there's some TV series with that shit?
Wow.
Whereas a black couple, they having marital problems. The wife orders a robot for him. He don't want the robot. He wants to deal with the wife. He wants to work everything out. So she said, just give it a chance. And the robot talking nice to him. Before long, he telling the wife go outside so they could go on a date in the house with the robot.
Yikes!
In the series, the robot is not like a android. It is a real woman who they just she's
saying is a robot.
Yeah, all digitally and jerky, but it's a real woman. And now the wife's mad. She even got the damn thing. Like they're kind of putting it in your face, and they're already separating the two. The porn industry is $1 billion industry, and them sex toys, that's $1 billion industry. So it's damn near like you don't need each other anymore. You don't need to work. You don't need to sharpen your skills anymore. You don't need to do nothing. It's instant gratification. It's damn near like the fast food doesn't make it to the bedroom. Like you
That's
just
right.
go to the drive-through, and normally you would have to come home and throw all the chicken in. Everybody here remember the times where it's like take the chicken out of the fridge so it could thaw out.
Yeah, every morning.
Every morning, you gotta take that thing out early, so by the time you get home, you could cook. You don't know how to do that. You could get ready-made food, and that's how the bedroom is. The bedroom done turn into a ready-made thing where you don't have to put in no effort. You don't have to, compromise. You don't have to, with the promise of the reward. The reward in the end is supposed to help you get through the process that might be difficult. But ain't nobody want to go through the difficult process of working it out and articulating your problems. I don't even know how to tell you what the hell is wrong with me, because I could go and push this button or play with this toy or go, you don't have to do that no more. And he done made the lifestyle like that. Like it's this, they say with all this porn and sex toys, the therapist is saying people are having less sex than any other time in history.
Wow.
So what is the whole purpose of it? It's so much sex in the atmosphere.
Right.
And then we still not coming together.
Right.
Like it's a ridiculous thing. I mean, we saw the oppression keeping your head down so much because it's bills, work, bills. And this is your little escape. It's damn near like addiction. It's like, going to the back of the house or, in some secluded alley to get high. That's what's going on now with the internet, with the video games, the pornography. It's the lifestyle right now is just so not conducive to building any sort of structure. Even like all the brothers talking about the games and investing in it. If you invested in a video game that's going to disappear in 365 days, you'll never have a nation, because that's where all your resources going.
That's right.
You wouldn't be able to pay teachers. You wouldn't be able to pay, coaches to coach your kids. You wouldn't be able to do nothing, because everything is just going into this virtual reality that just sucks your energy, sucks your money, sucks your, your gratification tied to that now. So it's like, why else do anything else? It's such a rough time to be in right now, as imagine for a young person, not even adults, because adults is into it real heavy too. But imagine this gonna be the norm for the generation growing up.
Right.
Yeah.
That is a very scary thing.
It is. It's very, very frightening. Go ahead.
Just like it. So as Mashak said, usually with addiction, right? So I just decided to type it in to the computer, the Google machine, and ask the Google machine, does gaming affect the same parts of the brain drug does?
Wow.
So say yes. Excessive gaming can affect the same parts of the brain as drugs, particularly the brain's reward system, which is centered on the release of the neurotransmitter dopamine. However, the intensity of this effect is significantly different. That's why, it's addiction.
That
addiction
is crazy.
Yeah. So he know what the hell he doing.
So he's basically making you a dope fiend.
Yeah.
But you ain't taking no dope.
It's digital dope. It's digital dope.
That's heavy. That's heavy. That count.
It's digital THC you get in there. Like, listen, General, it's so bad, General. They made memes or skits where the couple might be sitting watching TV or something, and the brother go in the room, and you hear the sound of the video game coming on, and the broad loses her mind just from the chirp.
That's crazy.
These is actual things that people actually go through. And
go ahead, Salaki.
No, go ahead, sir. That was it, sir.
Somebody else was trying to say something.
Salaki, I was just saying absolutely. I was agreeing with Captain Shot. That was it, Salaki.
Remember read that a little bit more? Salaki, they say dopamine release. They say drugs like cocaine and heroin significantly increase dopamine level in the brain, leading to potential overactivation and desensitization. Gaming can double dopamine levels, similar to other enjoyable activities, but frequent, intense gaming provides a rapid dopamine rush.
Damn.
So, tolerance and desensitization the brain adapts to high dopamine levels by reducing natural production and receptor sensitivity, requiring more of the drugs for the same effect. In
Oh,
extreme cases, the brain, and this is for the excessive gaming. This part I read in here. The first part I read was for the drugs. This part is for the gaming. So it's in extreme cases, the brain can become accustomed to the dopamine from games, potentially reducing its ability to find pleasure in other activities and
holy
leading
shit.
to dependence. These
Good night.
people, they done
I should have had that for the lecture.
General.
That shit right there. That's
Man,
the proof. That's how you end up using porn.
mm-hmm.
You use the porn because you'll get the reduced desire for other things.
Right.
You don't want to go out. You don't want to party. You don't want to go to the bar. You don't want to have sex because you ain't getting high like you are when you on this game.
Right.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It says structural changes. So they say long-term substance abuse can alter brain structure related to impulse control, decision making, and motivation. This is the gaming part. Research links internet gaming disorder, IGD, to structural and functional changes in reward system, including changes in gray and white matter. Withdrawal and cravings. Withdrawal symptoms like anxiety and depression
So
can
you
occur.
stop playing the game, you get withdrawal.
Yeah.
This
Jesus Christ.
part here that they're talking about is drugs.
Oh, okay.
This and they say and depression can occur without the substance, driving compulsive use. Right now, the gaming part, compulsive gamers can experience withdrawal-like symptoms, such as irritability and anxiety. When they
Wow.
stop playing, cues related to games can also trigger cravings.
Wow.
Yeah. So I mean, there's a
And they knew they was doing
correlation.
this shit.
Yes, sir. They study this. I mean, they more than likely done test this thing out and it was proven, and now they just release it to the world.
It's a lot.
Go ahead, please.
That's why they trying to say that the screen time for these tablets with these kids, then they should limit it because these kids they get violent once you take the tablet from them.
Yes, they do.
They throw these fits because that high dopamine level from a child is too much. It's like it's they damn near breaking the damn phone or breaking the tablet when you take it from them. They you know what I'm saying, tearing up stuff. And like wait, like what is it? Why is it? Because they have that, like you said, that this study right here is, I mean, it's groundbreaking, like you brought out, and that's why it's so heavy. Once again, Commander General Yahanna brought this out because a lot of people are not talking about this, especially in our community. You know what I'm saying? So this right here, it didn't open up a door, and it's, we definitely should be paying attention a lot more. I know I'm gonna be definitely diving into it and checking some things out. So I you.
That's crazy. That what you just read is insane. So Esau done figure out a way to damn near become a drug dealer without the drugs.
Yeah.
Like he didn't figure out how to become a cocaine dealer without the cocaine. You know what I mean? And I bet you it's on all of them, whatever it is that gives that dopamine hit. I think it's probably every social media that exists. Like, ain't no way they're gonna have access to the data and not figure out a way to use it for themselves. Like they ain't gonna just leave it to gaming. Like you probably got to look at all this shit on social media and everything.
Constantly.
At least to look at it, to have some kind of control over it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying to stop it. I'm not saying to stop any of it, but it is for sure not a benign tool that we're using. You know what I'm saying? This has something. This has legs, so to speak. And we already oppressed. We already suffering. And like actual cocaine or heroin, us being in poverty in the ghetto is what led us to needing the drugs to lift our spirit up.
Yeah.
So that means that in this same oppression, you know, to tell you don't get on the video games or whatever is ridiculous because you in oppression. Like Sakharov brought out, you know, people that all they have is this game, which means this is a person who's basically a heroin addict, and that's all they care about is their drugs. Why? Because they in hell. It's exactly the same thing. Like, this is the next. No wonder there's no new drugs coming out. There's no need for a new drug to come out. Usually it'd be a new drug every 10, 15, 20 years. Now, you don't really need a new drug because you got the ultimate drug. Crazy. That's crazy.
No, good. I'll come in after.
No, just gonna make the point too, like what you were saying with the other social media platforms. That's what the algorithm is for. Because if you notice, like now the screen time on your phone, there's people getting the tendinitis in their thumb from scrolling. They call it doom scrolling. Where you start, they call it doom scrolling. Like you scroll into doom. You start watching something and you're like, all right, let me one more reel. But what you don't know is the algorithm studying you every time. So it's feeding you shit that you interested in.
Wow.
Before long, you don't watch 2 hours of 45-second reels and save so much. They show you how people are saving so much of these reels and sharing it. And so they don't put the whole thing into play with the internet. Like that's why if you remember back in the day when YouTube just came out, you know, a 10-minute tape was long. 25-minute tape. Now you put that, you ain't getting no views, but a 45-second, a 2-minute tape, or 1 minute something, you're gonna get the views because people attention span so short because that's all they need to get the hit.
Wow.
That's all you need to get the dopamine to get the fix. And now you scrolling up, they check in your the phones now could see your eye to see what your eye is focusing on.
Wow.
They know that if you scroll after 3 seconds, you don't like this type of video. But if you stop and you watch it and you go to the comments, they watch it, they could map your whole phone. Now they know, okay, shit like this you like. So they'll show you 10 videos from 10 more content creators of the same ilk.
Wow.
And you just stuck scrolling. You just stuck scrolling. That's why even with the doctors telling you, don't take your phone to the bathroom. Because you sitting down there, you ready to go number 2. All of a sudden, you start to get hemorrhoids because you're sitting there so damn long.
Wow!
You did your business, you on the phone. I mean, these are videos I done seen doom scrolling myself. But that's what I'm saying. Like people is coming in with these problems, and it's tied back to their posture, sitting on the bowl too long. Leave your phone outside. Just
that
go
is crazy
and come back. Don't take your phone in there because you sit there and start growing. You down there forget what you're in there for.
Wow.
Wow. Is this study thing and how the whole thing done plotted and mapped out, and they know how to control it, they know where to send you. You even brought it out a couple of years ago with the company from England who did the data points to help with the election. I forget, it's Cambridge, or I forget the name of the company.
Cambridge Analytics.
Cambridge
That's
Analytics.
it. That's it.
They have the data points on you. You think you just have an opinion. Meanwhile, they're formulating that opinion from the time you wake up. That's right. Fed you every day from the time you wake up. So, like, we really plugged in the matrix right now for sure.
Yo, I'm off social media for the rest of the week.
We on the Nebuchadnezzar.
Holy shit! And Slack, you see, I mean, and who knows the correlation between doing drugs and playing game? You understand? Like, you take the game away from
double
them.
Whammy.
Yeah, you take the game away from them. They're looking for dopamine somewhere else.
Right.
You know what I mean? Where they gonna get it? You understand what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, who knows? You know what I mean? What he done do to mess your mind up till okay, well, you ain't playing game now, but we could get it from smoking. You know what I mean? You could stop smoking, you could go play the game and get that same high now. You understand? Like you trapped, you know what I mean, in a system that is never ending and is only going to be a demise. You understand? And thank the Lord for the truth, General. Thank the Lord for the truth, and thank the Lord for the work, you know what I mean, yourself and the General doing, man.
We don't addicts. I know my young man done broke a few of them damn controllers. Done tossed the shit into the wall.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
If I could, as we sitting here talking, man, I got to thinking that another level that another thing they recently introduced that the government tried to fight this for a long time because there have been studies done back in the 60s and the 70s about the effects that gambling had in terms of the dopamine release and people getting drawn into the pulling of the lever with the damn slot machines and the high that you get off the possibility if I roll this dice I might get hit, or you betting on the roulette wheel 50,000 on black. Like there's a rush and that dopamine effect. Well, now they just recently introduced the sports betting.
Yeah.
And the gambling is right on your phone. You ain't got to go to Vegas no more. You ain't got to go to Atlantic City. You ain't got to save up for 6 months to go to Vegas and blow $5,000 and be broke flying back home. You could do it every Friday when you get paid on DraftKings or I don't know how you be on social media and don't see all of the damn advertisements. It's on all the sports channels, on all the damn anything manly that you watch. When the commercial break come on, they trying to sell you on some kind of goddamn gambling, and it's the same high. Like they trying to corner the market on giving you the pleasure that you're looking for. You ain't got to leave the house. You ain't got to go in the dark alley in the corner no more. It's all right there on your phone, and you can just press the button and add the money, and you can hide. It's a whole evil cabal of just draining your life energy. And it's right there in the goddamn phone. So like I said,
go ahead, Nata.
So like I said, I was going to say it's almost as if he is creating himself in you. You know what I mean? It's almost like, you know what I mean, like the Bible say, you know what I mean, it's like the lust, you know what I mean, the lust of your father, ye will do. You know what I mean? It's almost like he creating that lustful, you know what I mean, and you where you just, you know what I mean, you like him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That shit is crazy. What you just said.
So, okay.
Like the lust of your father you will do. And the lust of his father was to be better than everybody else, to rule everybody. Like Cain killed Abel just simply out of jealousy that Abel was more accepted than him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Esau sold his birthright just for the fact that he wanted that porridge. So the lust of his father is his own self-gain and his own self-emulation, the whole, love of himself over everything.
Right.
And that lust, he's putting in that game to put in us in many ways. I don't want to spook nobody on playing a video game, but I do see, how this could turn into, if you're not careful, like Soccer Waters said, if you don't put that energy into the Lord and the real world, I can see how this could turn into that spirit of, just to conquer and gain and conquer and gain.
Right.
Let me tell you something. That is exactly the spirit that cat Stephen Miller was talking about when he was talking about that goddess that they worship. That's now imagine what do you do when he now creates that goddess inside this world. Before you know it, millions will be worshiping that goddess. And they will have resurrected a 5,000-year-old ancient evil religion.
Right.
And they'll now be inside of that. Like that shit there, the potential is for them is without the Lord is most incredible. And it is a little strange how they are pressing so hard now against anybody who even speaks out against them. Like it's damn near like to stop you from coming out this matrix. They need you to have no voice. So that the only voice people hear is what they pushing through the algorithm.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a rabbit hole. You could really go into some crazy shit just examining this thing. Just looking at the reality of what it is that's going on. And it also makes much good sense why the Lord is about to destroy these kingdoms on this earth. And it also, one last point, it also ties into what Paul said. Paul turned around and said, we fight principalities, princes of darkness in high places. Like, that's what this sounds like. We fighting, you know, something that is damn near using a invisible power against you, which is the algorithm. Like, this thing is invisibly manipulating your mind and you can't even see it.
Yeah.
Damn near the hypnotist's tool.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You could go down the whole fucking rabbit hole with that shit. That shit there is on the level. Say again.
No, I was going to say, so that is now onto, you know what I mean, like they're trying the best to, you know what I mean, to bring we numbers down. You know what I mean? Now onto, I would say, digital abortion in a way where, you know what I mean, you're seeing these videos with these brothers coming out where the woman trying to entice them while they're playing the game. And they will get up and they will be like, okay. And they will let her walk out the room, close the door, and just go back playing the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, and I mean, it looked funny, but at the end of the day, you know what I mean, it's, you know what I mean, you ain't trying to get no child because no, you got a child, you gotta hear a child cry while you play game.
Yeah.
Nah, you don't want children.
You don't want, you don't even want to touch her. Because that's 2 hours of bumping and grinding that ain't on the game.
Yeah.
You don't get that constant flow of the dopamine from every new game you could play in them 2 hours.
Yeah.
Down like he done broke us down so heavy where like words from a woman could make you go to war.
Yeah.
But he done had us in a whole part where bitches ain't shit, niggas ain't shit. So now she ain't even equipped with the words to tell you. Like you rather the game tell you you're great. And your top score up. But she's not equipped no more to be like put your name up in bright lights and like there's stuff women would do in the past to really celebrate her man.
True.
But she ain't even equipped with that no more. She going back to basic, put on a lingerie and go in there. You not realizing he needs something more than that.
Wow.
He needs the praise. He needs to feel like a man.
Yeah.
He needs praise. He needs you to be the damsel in distress. If he had to come off that thing, like the only way you're gonna really get, you gotta come in the truth and see it for what it is. Here and see this thing and go through them 90 days and get taught and have your mind trained. And the Bible, it's so heavy how the Bible say by the foolishness of preaching over the nation, and they try to stop us from teaching everything we teaching.
That's so heavy.
Like the foolishness of preaching, like just words coming out of a man's mouth and breaking this down will dismantle this whole thing.
That's right.
That's so true. Like what you saying is so heavy. Like your mouth is gonna mess up the algorithm.
Yeah.
Because your mouth is gonna say something opposite than the manipulation that the algorithm is trying to give you. And the problem is you fighting up against a tool that's getting this person high. And so now your words, damn near your words have to trigger another high, which is the real high for the kingdom of heaven, the real high for being great in this world, the real high based on how great the men and women of the Israel in the past were. Like you got to trigger that to make them give up the pursuit of that virtual world to come into the pursuit of this world.
Yeah.
Oh, this is y'all taking me too far down the rabbit hole. But I'm gonna need a drink after this, just to get back to my square. It's like, oh my God, this is some evil shit that they sat in the laboratory and figured out just how to utilize. And certainly, this is why you'd spend $55 billion on.
Yeah.
Yes,
Like on the surface, you'd say, why would the hell would somebody spend $55 billion on some game that kids play? When the reality is so far from that. They gonna own your child with the algorithm by the time he turned 18. By the time he turned 18, he's gonna be the person they wanted and not the person you wanted.
Right.
You're gonna like what they want him to like. He gonna hate what they want him to hate. He gonna accomplish whatever they want him to accomplish. He gonna fail at whatever they want him to fail at. Like it's heavy. It's a battle for their spirit. You know what I'm saying? Like insane. You know what I'm saying? So that's where we stand.
Oh God.
No, we don't went over the time on this one. I might chop this one up into little clips. There's so many heavy points y'all brought out.
Oh God. So and definitely is it gonna be never ending because there's more that we ain't even get the experience. We adults talking about the experiences, but the kids having a whole other experience. Like I talked to my daughters about that. It's either the Roblox or the Minecraft. One of them, some devil went in there pretending to be a child to catch the predator on there, and the platform is taking him to court and banning him because he caught so many predators on there.
You got to be kidding me out.
Yep, yeah. I'm gonna find it out.
Please send me that article.
Send it to you, sir. Send it. All the kids know about it because it's like he's like a Robin Hood now. He's like a hero, and the platform is
the hell out of here.
Yeah, the platform banning him because he's giving them negative press because all these pedophiles was on there undetected until he went in there pretending to be kids.
And they want the pedophiles on there because it keeps everybody on there. And once again, it's so evil. It's once again, they get to manipulate the children and the pedophile.
Yeah.
So they, in essence, are using their platform to create child molestation. Like I wouldn't be surprised if the owners of the game are child molesters.
Right.
Because in other words, I realized something. Like when you have that platform, you can interject what you want. If I own that platform, I can interject the love of Black people slowly.
Right.
And these kids would never even know it. By the time they became teenagers, they'd all have a love for Black people and they wouldn't even know why. They'd think it was their choice.
Right.
Yeah.
And so they hating him because he comes on now and pretends to fit in their algorithmic matrix, but yet he is damn near like a spy to their world.
Yeah.
He's like a spy to their world and exposing the drug dealer. Like that is crazy.
Yeah.
That is, rabbit hole lunacy shit.
Yeah, if I could, you're right, because they say pedophiles always try to gravitate towards children things when they interact with children. So it would make sense that a pedophile would try to get into video games with children or into the industry of video games with children so they can always be having access to a child somehow.
That is crazy. So they flooding on there with nobody know about it. Salaki cut you off.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off, sir. It just hit me. Back in the day, the pedophile used to, ride up in a van and, hey, kid, you want some candy?
Yeah.
Now you could be on the goddamn Roblox with Robux and be like, hey, you want to go shopping or, you want to hang out in my play area and then get the kid in there and the damn, this nasty bastard, some type of got money. He's created a whole amazing play world in his virtual reality. He get all the kids to come play in his little playroom and get to start asking them personal questions and talking about their family, and the kid's home life is messed up. And now he done endeared himself to this kid, and it's just like pulling up in the van and offering them candy.
That's right.
God damn, it's a lot.
That shit is crazy,
That's shit.
That is crazy.
Meanwhile, the child getting tricked and seduced, and you playing PlayStation. The woman, ordering the sex toys. Like everybody done get fractured into their own world of pleasure.
Wow.
But everybody's showing up for work Monday morning at 8 or school or whatever. And all the free time where you could build your nation, you just going into the world, the world wide web of pleasure. It's rough. It's rough right now.
Wow.
And general, that's why it's so good. You brought out that point about the family sitting down and eating together.
The table,
That there, is I could still remember it. Growing up, where certain times it will happen. But and that will take away, your addiction. Now help you fight your addiction. Because now you have to come and spend time with the kids, with the family, and sit down with everybody around and find out how, what's going on in school, what you're doing. Now you could be, like a better word, the police in your house to make sure everything that's coming in is right. And nothing, ain't supposed to, ain't coming in to disrupt your home.
Right.
But now,
you're so right.
Now that whole, way of life doesn't be disrupted by whatever addiction. It's almost like everybody in the house, as Mashak saying, have an addiction. If it's not a sex toy, it's a video game. If it's not a video game, it's drugs. And we just live it. And we think that's life. When that was created by your oppressor for you, you think that's life. That ain't life. Life is you sitting at a table with mommy and daddy and eating. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's life. Life is growing up with mommy and daddy and, things being taken care of. That's life. Life ain't.
Bread. It got a whole different meaning because over that dinner table, conversations is being had that, the kids is getting in tune with. They're seeing the interaction with mommy and daddy. They're seeing the whole thing. And like you say, over time, they're growing up and understanding it. You know what I mean? So like he like how you used to say, General, like in Egypt, they had us hooked on the drugs. They had us hooked on the alcohol. They needed something when we not serving them. We ain't plotting the escape.
Yeah.
Yes.
And now they don't do this with this digital world where plot what escape.
Right.
You know what I mean?
The only escape you want is on that phone.
Yeah.
You don't even want to go nowhere.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Go ahead, Slugger.
I just, the more we talk about it, the more and more I think to the point where now when brothers and sisters come to the camp and they come up against you, now you have to start to run down a whole checklist. You smoke? Play video games?
Right.
Because now your mind ain't nowhere clear to be hearing what we're saying. It's not clear because like they done put distractions, so many distractions in front of you. Like somebody coming to you to try and clear them distractions out.
Yeah.
You had to realize we addicted to something.
Right.
And
that's not what's on that corner.
Yes, you're addicted to something. You know what I mean? And it have you, it got you. You know what I mean? And Esau knows, he knows that's what he have to do to almost like, like basically get control of the earth.
To keep you
know what I mean?
Brother, you're so right. And it makes so much sense in that you're not really talking to somebody to convince them of knowledge. You really talking to them to get off of the drugs. Of every fake reality that's going on around them. Like you, wow, like you really, and you know what? Something growing up in the truth myself, I always looked at, and it always stuck out with me, the scriptures when I would read about the Exodus, and I would read how lustful we were. Like we would come out the Exodus, we was just like a child who you take the video game from.
Right.
We would throw the fit over the water, throw the fit over the quails, throw a fit over everything coming out. You think we would be like, yo, we got a rough road, but we free, y'all. We out of there. But I would always read it, and it would be the opposite. It was like we wanted to go back. We wanted to get the flesh pots. We wanted to be in that because that was our addiction.
Yeah.
That captivity was our addiction.
Yeah.
And whatever things that they created that we don't know nothing about. And I noticed something else. When you study Egyptian culture and you study the history of Egypt, for some reason, there's very little mention of entertainment. Like, where's the entertainment? Where were the plays? Where were even the parties? Where was the celebrations?
Right.
Where was everything? You got these temples, you got these gods, and nothing. You know what I'm saying? No, not even one single scroll on any music that was written in ancient Egypt. They got pictures with Egyptians with instruments, so or Israelites as slaves with instruments, but no proof anywhere. No painting of a play, no painting of a concert, no nothing. It's almost non-existent in Egypt, and I so wonder if it's non-existent because there are those that don't want to bring out exactly what we're talking about now, that they in their own right had their own tools of mental addiction. We know that they used to use the lotus flower and alcohol to create a narcotic. And that narcotic was heavily sold in ancient Egypt. So we definitely know that we was on physical drugs back here in ancient Egypt. Plus, also they had the weed suppository. They would take weed and soak it in certain things and put it in some type of tube. I think it was lamb. Same thing they used to make sausage, I believe. I could be wrong, but they did that, and they would insert it into the behind of people, and the people would get high because the drugs would permeate straight into their bloodstream from their large intestines.
Right.
So they used to do that. So those are there, and you're gonna tell me with those drugs did not come partying, did not come, different celebrations, and things like that. Of course, it had to be, but it's aced out of the whole history, and so that's a disconnect for us to have come into the wilderness and now be so full of lust for these carnal things and have no proof that it ever existed, when only proof is in that same scripture in the Bible. Without that scripture and the subsequent events that took place while we were coming out of Egypt, you would never know that we had this character coming out of Egypt, and that it took all the way through most of Joshua's life for us to be shed into a new person that was more disciplined, more orderly, more self-controlled. And that is exactly what they doing here. That lack of self-control, lack of patience, the anxiety, all of that is exactly how we were then. But yet now we see that it's done based on a myriad of things, but also based on this, this algorithm type life that they created for us, which makes me think they did the exact same thing in ancient Egypt.
That's it, sir.
And it's crazy. So, I didn't mean to run so long.
That's definitely it, because also too proof that that's what they did to us and how we were. Remember when Moses came back off I think it was Aaron or Joshua. He said, "Is there war in the camp?" And he's like, "That's not the sound of mastery." It was they had a full party out. You know,
right? Damn, how could I forget?
You know what I mean? So
how did they know the party so hard like that with the golden calf if they wasn't doing it in ancient Egypt?
Exactly. You don't put the whole thing together there with the drugs, the suppository. Like they had us in a daze, damn near.
Yeah.
It's in a daze, and it's just like, you know, you work so hard and now you wait on the weekend to party like how they did with the slaves. And this is our thing. Like Friday, can't wait till Friday. TGIF, thank God it's Friday.
That's right.
It's the whole cycle of it. And once that entertainment and the dopamine hits, and you want to leave, but you don't really want to leave because you're enjoying the oppression. And that's how he's such a bastard. He make you enjoy the oppression. Imagine Gaza right now. And creating something where them Palestinians not protesting no more. Clubbing and partying and
drugs.
They don't even want to be recognized as a nation. Imagine doing something like that right now. Like people would say you are a witch doctor. They'll say you're a charlatan. They say you're a magician. That's what they did to us.
Wow. And real quick, y'all, how did Moses know it was not mastery?
Right.
How did he know the difference in the sounds?
Right.
Unless he had heard and experienced it in the past.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
And then if I could, that's the whole spill about all these different gods, because I believe different gods connected to different pleasures.
Wow.
You got this God for this pleasure, that God for this pleasure, and you just choose your pleasure, choose your God. Who you worshiping tonight? Yeah,
Yeah.
It's rough.
Yeah.
We have it rough right now. That oppression. I mean, the oppression ain't right, because you look at the other nations. You see somebody 17, 18 years old, they're backpacking through Europe. They're doing things in life that would be considered kind of normal in terms of activity, because they're not oppressed. Their mind is free to imagine greatness and then go get it.
Yeah.
We have limitations on us since the age of 4. Since the first time you just the teacher just didn't call on you and you didn't understand why, and somebody had explained to you, it's because they white and you was black and they prefer the other kids. Like you had to process that all the way from 4, and then you're old enough to play the video games, and the video games you could be anybody.
Yeah,
you could be a white man if you want, or beat up the white man in the video game. And now this is your new outlet. This is like it's diabolical, the plan. It's diabolical plan for us. Like we really don't know what we're dealing with this oppressor.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So lucky. You might have to do a part 2 on this. So lucky. You might have to do a part.
We gotta come back on this one.
Come on, guys.
Now I got to get my damn head together. Hell. Yeah. This here, you went deep into this. And maybe the Lord had us bring it out, maybe because it's like Soccer War brought out earlier. Maybe it's something that got to be spread out there, you know what I'm saying, for people to see, to try to get a way out of this thing. And I'm not sure if too many other people, show that it has the potential to come up against you serving the Lord if you was to let it go out of control.
Yeah.
And I think that we kind of made that point now between the lecture and tonight. I think we kind of made that point that, if you let yourself go down that road, you could be caught up.
Yeah, come.
Into something that is, dragging you away, and is such a part of, what we've been into in ancient slavery. And I think also too, I'm going to look at the slave situations in the other captivities we had. Like, what things did they do then to, we know the Greeks and the Romans put us in the marinas.
Right.
And I wonder if that was the big entertainment and the big addiction that circus to keep the people calm. I've read where several scholars said that the emperor brought the circus because the circus kept people calm and entertained while the kingdom was falling apart. So that could very well be the same thing we're looking at here. So I'm gonna look into some of those. Syrian Empire, Babylonian Empire. How did they deal with their slaves, and how did they keep the slaves, from rebelling? Besides, of course, the usual show of force, I'm sure there were things that did the same thing. You know what I mean? So
like he said, I mean to be going down the hatch. So like. So you know what I mean. So
off for 2 more hours.
No. So like you said, that is it. You know what I mean? Because dealing with Esau, he will have you serve a God, and you don't even know you're serving that God. You know what I mean? You think it's just something nice you're doing. Like Christmas, you think Christmas is a day, we just give and it's just joyous, everybody happy. When you worshiping a God, you don't even know. You know what I mean? So I looked up the God that is associated with addiction. So the Greek call him Dionysus. The Egyptian call him Osiris. You understand? So the Egyptian god most similar to the Greek god Dionysus is Osiris. Both figures are linked through mythology, festivals, and symbolism, particularly regarding death, resurrection, and wine. Because they say the Dionysus is more on the festivity, the ecstasy side of of things. So now you and me, you just want to, like a woman, I just want to be happy. You just want to be happy. I mean, playing the game, it makes you feel. Even smoking weed, it make you feel. You know what I mean? That's why Esau, when he sees us out there, he's like, "Yo, you all just smoke some weed." You know what I mean? Because he think we too angry. Why we shouting? You know what I mean? Just relax. You know what I mean? But you know what I mean? They know for sure what the hell they're doing and getting us to do. And the same thing like with the I think is the Amorite who went and told his king, "Yo, if these people serving the Lord, better leave them alone.
Right.
But if they're not, we have them. We could deal with them." These heathens, they study the Bible, especially the oppressor. They study that Bible and they know exactly what they have to do to black people. And now the truth coming out more and more. Like black people waking up. And even if they're not, coming, all the way in as yet, at least learning that they're not who the white man said is. And they're waking up. And now he turning the screw and trying to oppress us more. You understand? Because if he allows it to come out more and more, it's he's going to have to show his true face, which he's beginning to see. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I yield.
Like, we ain't telling nobody to, stop playing video games. But it behooves us all to look at this man. The scriptures say he is the most subtle beast of the field.
Right.
And what he doing with these games is the most subtle thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
That you could do.
100%. 100.
Y'all, I mean to stretch y'all out all these extra hours to lock you. Y'all took me down the rabbit hole this time.
I think it's such a topic everybody could relate to. Only from the 90s, maybe even late 80s, video games been very popular.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we done moved from them giant arcade games with the coins, the tokens, to the shit in the palm of your hand now with the phone.
Damn, that's true.
You could play with people all the way on the other side of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I think it's something everybody could relate to, and the experiences is definitely one of them heavy topics. So to water for that for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
So the beat goes on.
Come on, sir.
Mm-hmm. So you calling it, Michelle?
Come on, sir. Clap it up again for Commanding Johnny. Y'all look up. I think Cesaria page has got it running up the numbers right now. Y'all go check the lecture out. Lecture doing really good too. And that short clip, look out for when the Heathen drop it too. And let's get on there and flood it with the comments and the likes and the shares. Big up Commander Johnny Yahanna, as usual, the usual suspects, Captain Nathak, Captain Soccer War, Captain Kapash, Officer Warrior, Captain Kahum, who had to fall off, and then Zach had to do it. I think Sawaki's ill too. He couldn't come in tonight. And so, pay your tithes, 10% increase of earnings must come into the priest and prophets of the Lord. ISUPK.com, go pay your tithes. Join Commander General Yahanna every Monday night right here on this channel, the real General Yahanna with the heavy hitting crew. He's going to be breaking down all the current news, all the current stories, and getting the right perspective. Again, to Water the Surf for coming on tonight with this one here. And of course, all the people in the chat for supporting and staying up so late with us to Water to you. With that, I'm going to say Alawapanya.
I appreciate it.
ISUPK, Trinidad and Tobago, under Commanding General Yahanna. We will be live on the streets, 91.9 FM.
From west to the death till they bury me.
Every Thursday from 7 p.m. Hosted by Officer Sawapya Allah and Officer Masquaya.
West to the death till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me.
ISUPK under Commanding General Yahanna. Live every Thursday night from 7 p.m. on the streets, 91.9 FM.
Hey, listen, brothers and sisters, man. If you like what you hear, hit the subscribe button, man. Subscribe to this channel. And also, please, go to ISUPK.com and pay your tithe. Drop me some cash so we can move around this planet like we need to, man, and do the things we need to do.
They're one west. They're one west. They're one west.